It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord and to sing praises to thy name, O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night. Upon the instrument of 10 strings, upon the psaltery, upon the harp with the sound. For thou, Lord, hast made me glad through thy works. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass, and all workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. Thou, Lord, O Most High, forevermore. For all thy enemies, O Lord, for all thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shall I exalt like the horn of a wild ox. I shall be anointed with flesh oil. My eyes also shall see my desire of my enemies, and my ears shall hear the desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like the cedar of Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no righteousness in him. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Rishateka, El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Himlok, Olam Wahed. Baruch Shem Kabod Makuto, Olam Wahed. Baruch Kabod Loni Mikumo Malek Elyon. Olam Wahed. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness and possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways are justice, the God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. May be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eliezer, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Another glorious and holy day that ought to be honored and reverenced by God, by not profaning and making the day common to the rest of the 6 days that God has created. And the only way we will truly learn how to keep this day holy and sanctified by not profaning the day is by reading the book. And hope that God open your eyes to certain things to show you how not to profane the day, how not to desecrate the day, how not to cause this day to be common with the rest of the 6 working days. See, God put a difference between this 7th day, and this was the only day that God sanctified and called holy. But us as a people, we refrain, we are unyielding, we're uncompromising, and we refuse to hearken to the word of God. We refuse to hearken to the words that is spoken out of this book that's only going to do us good. It's for our purpose that God has revealed these laws and commandments and statutes to flesh, to humans, to mankind. God don't need this. don't need these laws. We need these laws. And without these laws, we ain't nothing. We are nothing in the eyes of God. If you are not serving God according to the way God has prescribed, then we are nothing. And that's how we got to look at ourselves, as nothing. Stop bigging up yourself. It ain't nothing to big up. It ain't nothing to pick up and exalt. The only one that exalts himself is God. Why do we boast and exalt ourselves in our iniquities, in our faults, and think we right? Nowhere, none of our forefathers exalted and boast themselves. Why? Because it denotes pride. And these men humiliated themselves and cast themselves down by doing things to humble their spirits. Because only with a humble spirit you will be able to acknowledge your faults. I said only with humility would you be able to acknowledge where you are going wrong at in life.
That's right.
You will begin to look at yourself. You will begin to take heed to yourself. You will begin not to only blame and point the finger, but to look at yourself to see, what did I do that caused this reaction? That's a mind frame, man. It's a certain mentality. It's a certain mind frame. It's a certain mentality that is needed to serve God and to be better. With that, I'm going to call up the first speaker of the day, Chief Mikhail Ben Lewy.
Come on. Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. There is none holy as the Lord. There is none beside thee. Neither is there any rock like our God. Talk no more exceeding proudly. Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth. For the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed. The bows of the mighty men are broken, and they that stumbled are girded with strength. They that were full have hired out themselves for bread, and they that were hungry ceased, so that the barren hath borne 7, and she that hath many children is waxed feeble. The Lord killeth and maketh alive. He bringeth down to the grave and bring it up. The Lord maketh poor and maketh rich. He bringeth low and lifteth up. He raiseth up the poor out of the dust, and lifted up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes, and to make them inherit the throne of glory. The pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he has set the world upon them. He will keep the beat of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness, for by strength shall no man prevail. The adversaries of the Lord shall be broken to pieces. Out of heaven shall he thunder upon them. The Lord shall judge the ends of the earth, and he shall give strength unto his king, and exalt the horn of his anointing. Please repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in heaven above,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
or that is in the waters under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
But I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain,
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Shabbat day to keep it holy.
Remember the Shabbat day to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work.
6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work.
But the 7th day is the Shabbat of the Lord thy God.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work.
thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy
nor
daughter,
thy manservant,
nor thy
nor
manservant,
thy maidservant,
nor thy
nor
maidservant,
thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea,
the sea,
and all that in the midst,
and all that in the midst,
and rested the 7th day.
and rested the 7th day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Shabbat day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Shabbat day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbors.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his ass,
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
Shabu. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off. And Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. The Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps into mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom Aleichem.
It is an honor to be in existence because of the Most High, the Creator of the heaven and the earth. And it's an honor and a privilege to be able to serve the Most High with you guys out there and with everybody in here today. So we're going to move straight ahead to Genesis chapter 37.
Genesis chapter 37.
See, the first ones to live these laws and commandments was Abraham, his son Isaac, and then Jacob.
That's right.
And after that, Jacob had his 12 sons, and we know the story after that.
That's right.
But each one of these men were the only one that was serving God in their time.
That's right.
Nobody else on the planet was serving God. When God appeared to Abraham and said, Walk before me and be thou perfect. Before that, God didn't appear to nobody.
No.
For a long time. Babylon ran the world. Paganism ran the world. Paganism was what religion comes from. Paganism was around before any religion was created. And these are the things that God showed Abraham and taught Abraham and commanded him to live by, so that he won't be counted amongst the people that he came from and where he's walking amongst. Because the Canaanites were some of the worst people to even marry into.
Worse.
They were the worst.
That's right.
That's why God condemned them so early. Okay? Time sheet, Genesis chapter 37.
Genesis chapter 37. And Jacob dwelt in the land wherein his father was a stranger, in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Jacob. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brethren, and the lad was with the sons of Bilhah, and with the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives. And Joseph brought unto his father.
It's funny how it says Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brethren, and the lad, he was called a lad. He wasn't a grown man then.
Yeah.
17 years old today, they want to be treated and want to act like grown men. Question?
Yeah. Was Melchizedek serving the Most High?
Melchizedek? Yeah.
Yeah.
King of Salem. Yeah.
King of Salem, in Jerusalem.
Yeah.
Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children because he was the son of his old age. And he made him a coat of many colors. And when his brethren saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him and could not speak peaceably unto him.
Jealousy. Kids get jealous over the love of their parents. That happens. But these things are happening with the sons of Jacob because it's all in play. All of this is supposed to go down. God caused all of these things to go down with them. That's why with Jacob, whatever he did, it said he didn't sin. In the prayer of Manasseh, it said Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, which didn't commit no iniquity, no sin. Now, that man was a king. So he knew better than all of us today more about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob than we do. Okay? He strayed away from the path but came back, and God blessed him. So he knew what he was talking about in that prayer. So now, the brothers didn't get a coat. Only Joseph got one. And it's not like, it said he loved Joseph more than all his children, but he loved his children too. But the reason why he gave him some special attention, because he was the son of his old age. Right. This was his young son. He already got, all his sons was grown, right? And he's an old man now, and he has a son, a young son. It's going to be more close to him. That's just naturally how it is. Okay? Right. Just like a man has a wife of his bosom. You know what that means? But when he was young. Right. He had her from when he was young. He may get another wife. He's not going to treat her any different because he had her from when he was young. See, age matters. Time. And time matters. Right. Okay? The older you get and you have a child, it's more precious to you. That's right. Okay? That's right. So he loves Joseph more. He made him a coat of many colors. The stripes. It was a coat of stripes. I was listening. My sister, I ain't going to say her name. You know what she said? The child asked the mother, why you treat me different than this child? You know what she said? I had you when I was stressed out and distressed. Time went by. I got over the distress and anger. And I went and had another child. I'm not distressed and angry no more. I had this second child and my peace. Right. So now it's different errors in life, how the child will be treated. That's deep, man. Yeah. Very deep. That's deep. Very deep. Very deep. It happens. That's why we name, that's deep, like man. Our forefathers, sometimes we name them after remind me of what you said. Look, that's why we name them after what we went through. Yes. In the book, that's how they get it. They didn't have a Tanakh to go and look for names. Right. That's right. Okay? They didn't have no book for that. That's right. There was nothing. They named their sons and their daughters according to their life and what was going on in their life with God. Okay? Time sheet. Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children because he was the son of his old age. And he made him a coat of many colors. And when his brothers saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him and could not speak peaceably unto him. They had nothing nice to say, man. Nothing nice to say. Every time they see him, cold shoulder, something mean, something cruel. But you never heard Joseph lash back, right or wrong. You never heard him retaliate. You never heard him say, man, you guys are wrong. He didn't say nothing. He stayed in his place. And that's the thing with us. We have to learn to stay in our place. God has a place. We have a place. You know what that means? I cannot act out of my behavior in order. I cannot act the way I want and move the way I want. I have to act according to how my forefathers moved and how my forefathers act. Because they told Abraham, you're a prince among us. Okay? You're a big shot. Even though we don't live the same, we respect you. We honor you. So our movements have to depict honor, okay, and behavior, good behavior and treatment. Sounds you.
And Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it his brethren, and they hated him yet more.
He dreamed a dream. So Joseph had a special gift that God gave him. He dreamed dreams of the future. God showed him the future in his dreams. Okay.
Right.
And he told his brothers about it. Okay. And they hated him. This is the reason why they hated him.
And Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it his brethren, and they hated him yet more. And he said unto them, Hear, I pray you, this dream which I have dreamed. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheep arose, and also stood upright. And behold, your sheep stood round about, and made obeisance to my sheep.
So, right then and there, in that dream, the sheep represented Joseph. His stood up, and the rest of them was around him, like they gathered to him, like his sheep was the lead sheep. So they're looking at it like, man, you're the youngest, man. How you gonna be leading us? We was here before you. Tell sheep.
And his brethren said to him, Shall thou indeed reign over us, or shall thou indeed have dominion over us? And they hated him yet the more for his dreams and for his words. And he dreamed yet another dream, and told it his brethren, and said, Behold, I had dreamed a dream more. And behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars made obeisance to me. And he told it to his father and to his brethren.
That's a dream. That's a dream.
Yeah.
He dreamed that the sun, the moon, and 11 stars made obeisance to him. Y'all don't even understand what that dream really means. I mean, Most High is going to elevate him in spirit.
Yeah.
Going to put a certain spirit on him. Okay? Tell me that his brother's not going to have. And those 11 stars, look, the sun, the moon, that stood for his mother and father. Right? And the moon and the 11 stars was his brothers. But check this out, Tomshi.
And he told it to his father and to his brethren, and his father rebuked him and said unto him, What is this dream that thou hast dreamed? Shall I and thy mother and thy brethren indeed come to bow down ourselves to thee to the earth?
Not only he spoke up for him and his mother and the mother, his wife, he said, me, your mother, and your brothers. Remember, he's the youngest. It's a regular foul thing. So where you having these dreams all of a sudden that you over everybody?
Right.
Okay. Top sheet.
And his brethren envied him, but his father observed the same.
But his father observed the same. Okay? Even though he got a little upset with him and said, Yo, me and your mother, we gonna bow down to you. He said, Wait a minute, this guy keep having dreams, okay, of him being elevated. All right? So he's watching him with a special eye now, because he see that God is close to this one. Tom sheet.
And his brethren went to feed their father's flock in Shechem. And Israel said unto Joseph, Do not thy brothers feed the flock in Shechem? Come, and I will send thee unto them. And he said to him, Here am I. And he said to him, Go, I pray thee, see whether it be well with thy brethren, and well with the flock, and bring me word again. So he sent him out of the Vale of Hebron, and he came to Shechem. And a certain man found him, and behold, he was wandering in the field. And the man asked him, saying, What seekest thou? And he said, I seek my brethren. Tell me, I pray thee, where they feed their flock. And the man said, They are departed hence. For I heard them say, Let us go to Dothan. And Joseph went after his brethren and found them in Dothan.
Dothan, these cities, man, when you look up the names of these cities, you'll find what kind of environment was in these cities. Dothan was a lawless city. Dothan was a city where anything goes. You have to cover yourself. Okay? So instead of them being in Shechem, they went to Dothan. Their father think they're in one spot, but they're in another spot. Verse 18, and when they saw him afar off, even before he came down to them, they conspired against him to slay him. They said one to another, Behold, this dreamer coming. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him and cast him into some pit. And we will say, some evil beast had devoured him, and we shall see what will become of his dreams. I'm at 21. So now, he finally found him in Doban. And they see him coming, and they said, here comes this guy, the dreamer. The guy is always having dreams. He's always having dreams of us bowing down to him. So they're feeling the way now. Now they really hate him. They're to the point where they're conspiring to kill him. Their own brother, their younger brother. They got to that point where they wanted to kill him. Right?
Right.
Remember this. This is all of the Most High. Okay? This is all of the Most High.
You know what stood out to me too? How Jacob spoke to his own son. He said, go. He said, come. He said, go, I pray thee.
Go, I pray thee.
He said, man, get your butt over there and go do it.
He said, yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You ain't got to talk to him like that.
Can you do me a favor?
Parents say that.
This is our parents come and say, you say, can you do me a
Go, I
favor?
pray thee. Go.
Right? The answer is always yes, though.
It's a
But
lesson
they're
for
going to
me.
come polite with you.
It's a
They're not
lesson
going to
for me.
always
bro.
come like that.
It's a lesson for me. I ain't got to go up and talk to my kid like that.
No.
It's a lesson
That's
for
how
me.
he said, I pray
It's
thee.
more lessons.
What did Judah say to Tamar? He didn't know it was Tamar.
What? Judah said, oh,
You remember?
he said, come, I pray thee.
Come, I pray thee.
Yeah.
And that was to
Right. To a woman.
to cohabitate with
Right.
her. He didn't know that was her.
No.
But they spoke kindly to
They
each other.
right.
Even in the family.
Right.
Even though I got authority
Right.
over you.
Right.
Right?
Right.
I don't have to be
Right.
that way all the time.
Right.
And you're gonna
Right.
recognize that.
Right.
By you recognizing that, I ain't gotta be there.
Look, nobody told me. I recognized it.
Yeah.
I understand it myself.
Yeah.
Telling me.
This is how you better yourself and
That's
better
right.
each other, right?
That's right.
Well, I'm at 18, verse 18.
That's right. Verse 18. Genesis chapter 37, verse 18. And when they saw him afar off, even before he came near unto them, they conspired against him to slay him. And they said one to another, behold, this dreamer cometh. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him, and cast him into some pit. And we will say, some evil beast had devoured him. And we shall see what will become of his dreams.
They're so jealous of him and they're tired of his dreams. It's to the point where they want to kill him. Okay? He ain't even get close to them yet. By the time he get close to them, they're going to grab him up.
Yeah.
Reuben
Reuben heard it, and he delivered them out of their hand, and said, let us not kill him.
That's how he delivered them. You know, you could deliver a person by saying, nah, leave him alone. You're about to do some harm.
Yeah.
And all it takes is one person to say, yo, leave it alone. That person delivered you. Okay? That person spoke up for you.
Right.
For your life, or for your wealth, for your sake. All right? He said, man, let's not do that. Remember, Reuben's the oldest, so a lot of times the oldest thinks with more sense than the younger brothers sometimes in the heat of the moment. And Reuben heard it. He didn't agree to that. So he said, let's not kill him. And Reuben said unto them, shed no blood. He said, let's not kill him. We're not going to murder him. He said, but just cast him into the pit that's in the book. Grab him up still. He still didn't like him either.
No.
But he didn't hate him that much to kill him.
Right.
Levels. Even in hate.
Right.
Love.
Even in hate.
Levels. Even in hate. Yeah, I hate him, but man, I ain't gonna kill him.
I don't know. Kill him. Yeah.
I don't want to go that far with him. Sometimes that feeling will make you stop hating the person.
Right.
Okay? He said, but cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness, and lay no hand upon him, that he might rid him out of their hands to deliver him to his father again.
And it came to pass when Joseph was coming to his brethren, that they stripped Joseph out of his coat. His coat of men.
Now look, Reuben's plan is to get him, put him in that pit. And when they're not around and not looking, he's going to go back and get him. And take him, hurry up and get him away from these guys and get him back to his father. Right. That's what Reuben is planning to do. Okay? Verse 23. And it came to pass when Joseph was come unto his brethren, that they stripped Joseph out of his coat of many colors that was on him. And they took him. Look how They could have did whatever they wanted to him and kept him in a coat of many colors.
In the Hebrew, it says, I think it says, Katonet. If I'm not mistaken, it said Pasim. Katonet Pasim. Coat of many stripes.
Many stripes. So now they took the coat because their father gave them that coat. So even though I hate you, the coat that you got on, Abba gave it to you. But before I do anything to you, I ain't gonna do that. I ain't gonna destroy that. Abba gave it to you. See, they still had honor. Even when they were doing other things, otherwise, they didn't go that far. Tamshi.
And they took him and cast him into the pit. And the pit was empty. There was no water in it. And they sat down to eat bread. And they lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, a company of Ishmaelites came from Gilead with their camels, bearing spicery and balm and myrrh, going to carry it down to Egypt. And Judah said unto his brethren, what profit is it if we slay our brother and conceal his blood?
He said, and they sat down to eat bread. After all that violence, they sat down. They sat down and said that like it was nothing. No remorse, no nothing. Now, while they're sitting there eating, a group of Ishmaelites came from Gilead with their camels, bearing spice, balm, myrrh, going to carry it down to Egypt. So when Judah saw this, Judah said unto his brethren, what profit
and Judah
is it
said
if we
unto
slay
the
our
brethren, what profit is it if we slay our brethren and conceal his blood?
He said, what we gonna get out of killing our brother and hiding his blood? He said, it's not killing him. He said, come, let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and let not our hands be upon him, for he is our brother in our flesh. He said, still, let's not put our hands on him to hurt him, because he's still my brother at the end of the day. Okay? That's right. And his brethren, look, he talked them into it and persuaded them. Right. And they said, okay, there was content. There was content means satisfied. Right. Okay? Right.
Then there passed by Midianite merchantmen, and they drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit, and sold Joseph to the Israelites for 20 pieces of silver, and they brought Joseph into Egypt.
But before they got there, some Midianites came, and they saw him. They took him out of the pit and sold him.
Right.
Back then, man, it's easy to get sold into slavery. Okay? He's far away from home. Trust me, you don't know the language. They grabbed him up. We can sell this guy.
Yeah.
All right? This is an area where everybody is hustling and selling merchantmen. Doban is a trade hub. Everybody goes there to sell their wares. Okay?
Myrrh. And the Hebrew word for myrrh is lot.
Look, a tincture of opium.
That's what lot is.
Myrrh in Hebrew
is lot.
It means a tincture of opium.
It wasn't myrrh. It was a tincture of opium.
Yeah.
That's right.
They used it.
That's right. That's right.
It wasn't addicts.
No. No.
It was.
That's right.
It was natural. They didn't add nothing to it. It wasn't trying to abuse it. Okay?
And they have all those chemicals inside of it. And Reuben returned unto the pit, and behold, Joseph was not in the pit.
So Reuben
rent his clothes.
Reuben said, okay, this is it. Now that I got them calm with the idea to sell them, I'm going to run back there and crack them up and take them back to my Abba. Right. But when he went back there, Joseph ain't no pit. And he rent his clothes. See, renting that gesture is a sign of mourning. A sign of sorrow and grief.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
When catastrophes and deaths, high calamity things go down like this.
Right.
You rent our clothes.
Rent your clothes. That's right.
Rent our clothes. See, we all have a different way of mourning. That's right. Than the rest of the people. Right. Than the rest of the nation.
Right.
Our mourning is different. We don't light candles.
Right.
Okay? Viewings, wakes, obituaries, parading the body around. Matter of fact, the body gets buried as quickly as possible. You don't make pictures of the person that died.
Mm-hmm.
But once you do that, you made that person a god to you.
Right.
And that's idolatry.
Mm-hmm. And he returned unto his brethren and said, the child is not, and I, whither shall I go?
You know what that means? He said the child is not here. They call him a lad, and they call him a child. He's not even a grown man. He was a little dude. They really hated him, man. Remember, this is of God, though. Okay?
That's right.
This is of God. Because Joseph told them that later on down the line.
That dream got to come to pass.
This dream's going to have to come to pass. And these things are going to have to happen for this to happen. When God says something's going to happen, it didn't happen yet. It don't look like it's going to happen. But there will be a person, and how they think will go along with what God said.
That's right.
And it's going to come to fruition. All right? Then he said, the child is not here. He said, what I'm going to do now? How I'm going to go home with this news? How I'm going to go home with this news? Yeah. I'm responsible for my younger brothers, man. How am I go home and be my Abba and tell them we left out together, or they came to get me, then I come back and he's not here.
Yeah.
Some shit.
And they took Joseph's coat and killed the kid of the goat and dipped the coat in the blood. And they sent the coat of many colors, and they brought it to their father and said, this have we found. Know now whether it be thy son's coat or no.
They knew what they was doing. He knows he's going to identify that coat.
Yeah.
This is going to break his heart. Now you wonder, man, why would they do things like this? Why do our forefathers do certain things like this? God said it's going to go down. It has to go down. These are the people that live an example for us, okay? How to live and how not to live. So a lot of things that they did in here, you can't criticize. That's right. Because God never said, well, you guys kidnapped your brother. No, never said that. No. Okay? Dumb shit.
And he knew it and saved it and said, it is my son's coat. An evil beast had devoured him. Joseph is without doubt rent in pieces. And Jacob rent his clothes and put sackcloth upon his loins and mourned for his son many days.
You also do this in mourning. You put sackcloth on also. Okay? This is also a sign of mourning. Sometimes they put ashes on their heads as a sign of mourning.
And all his sons and all his daughters rose up to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. And he said, for I will go down into the grave unto my son mourning. Thus his father wept for him. And the Midianites sold him into Egypt unto Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh's, and captain of the guard.
So Joseph winds up in Egypt. He didn't wind up in Egypt for no reason.
That's right.
Okay, we're about to see.
And it came to pass at that time that Judah went down from his brethren and turned in to a certain Adulamite whose name was Hiram.
In the meantime, back home, Judah went down from his brethren. He left from his brethren and turned into a certain Adulamite whose name was Hiram. And Judah saw there, this is his friend. What they call not my friend, my companion, acquaintance. Okay, right. He went down there, and while he was there, he saw a daughter of a certain Canaanite, whose name was.
And Judah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite, whose name was Shua. And he took her and went in unto her, and she conceived and bare a son, and he called his name And she conceived again and bare a son, and she called his name Onan. And she yet again conceived and bare a son, and called his name Shelah. And he was at Kezib when she bare him. And Judah took a wife for his firstborn.
So who said I got to be there when the child is born? He was at Kezib when she bare him. See, a lot of things that society puts on us is not the ways of the Most High and the saints. Okay? Oh, man, he wasn't here. There's a lot of things you put on each other And we got these ideas from the heathen. All right? He wasn't there. He didn't have to be there. You know why? Because back then, the men weren't in that room. Right or wrong?
No, just
They weren't in the room when the baby's delivered. It's the midwives is in there. Another woman in there.
Right.
That's why. See, a lot of things that we do and put on each other and expect out of each other is because we still have an heathen frame of mind. Time sheet.
And Judah took a wife for his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. And Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord slew him. And Judah said unto Onan, Go in unto thy brother's wife and marry her, and raise up seed to thy brother.
Now, this is his father commanding him to do this. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
He said, look, your brother died. Go into your brother's wife and marry her. Raise up seed to thy brother. See, a lot of people will look at this and say, oh, man, that sounds crazy. Oh, this, oh, that. But like I said before, the way of the Most High and his commands and the way of the ancient is different to people, especially the people today.
That's right.
And this is what we have to learn. These are the things we got to learn to accept because it sounds strange to you because we're used to the heathen way. So when you read these things, you have to learn to accept it because people will read it and judge Judah by this. But this is a law. This is a law. It's in Deuteronomy. If two brethren dwell together and one die without having a son to raise his name up,
Right.
the brother that lives there must go into his brother's wife
And raise up
seed.
for his dead
Meaning
brother.
you call him his name, that way his name live on.
That's right.
Before God gave Moses these laws, hundreds of years before, Judah told his son Onan to do the same thing.
Right.
All right? Tamshi, verse 9.
And Onan knew that the seed should not be his. And it came to pass, when he went in unto his brother's wife, that he spilled it on the ground, lest that he should give seed to his brother. And the thing
Spilled it on the ground. Why? Because he said, it's not mine, I don't care. See the mentality. Well, who stuck
Selfish
the mentality.
mentality.
Oh, that's not mine, I don't care about it. Well, why? If it was yours, you would pick it up and put it up. Right or wrong?
Mm-hmm.
If it was yours, you would make sure it's safe. You would make sure it's good. So you got to think like that with other people's things also, on possessions also.
That's right.
Okay? This was selfish, a selfish act, a selfish mentality.
That's right.
His pride was so high, he can only think for himself. Okay, so when he spilled the seed, he said, lest that he should give seed to his brother.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, tell sheep.
And the thing which he did displeased the Lord, wherefore he slew him also. Then said
Do you
Judah,
know you can do things to displease God? You ain't got to kill nobody.
That's right.
You don't have to profane the Shabbat.
That's right.
You don't have to eat pork.
That's right.
You don't have to do. Look, certain things that we do, our ways, our behavior, and how we do and what we do with each other will be displeasing in the eyes of God.
That's right.
God will look and say, I don't like that. And you see what he did to these people?
That's
You
right.
guys, Judah's son, he killed them for that.
That's right.
Only reason why we're not dead already is because we're not close to
God is far from us.
That's right.
Okay? So we're able to receive some mercy to get time to get this right. Because they didn't have that. They were too close. There's no mistakes. There's no forgetting. Okay? There's no being absent-minded with this. This pleased the Lord, wherefore he slew him also. Tamshi.
Then said Judah to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, Remain a widow at thy father's house, till Shelah my son be grown. But he said, Lest peradventure he die also.
So he said, look, go remain a widow. Don't look to marry or be with anybody. You're on lockdown. Remain a widow until Shelah, my son, be grown. Shelah got a couple more years to grow. By the time he get grown, you'll be able to have him, and you'll be able to have a seed. Because she wants to have a son.
Yeah.
For her husband.
That husband. That's
Okay.
right.
Tell she.
Lest peradventure he die also, as his brethren did. And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house.
So she's waiting now. She's waiting. She went to her father's house, like you said, and she's living there, and she's on lockdown, And she's not looking at nobody. Nobody can say that. Look, leave her alone. Okay? She's waiting for Sheila. Tell she.
And in process of time, the daughter of Shua, Judah's wife, died. And Judah was comforted and went up unto his sheep shearers to Timnath, he and his friend Hira the Adullamite. And it was told Tamar, saying, Behold, thy father-in-law goeth to Timnath to shear his sheep. And she put her widow's garment off from her, and covered her with a veil.
So at the beginning of verse 12, it says, and in process of time, that means a lot of time passed.
Years.
She was still waiting.
That's right.
And in that time,
years passed.
Look, and in that time, things happened in Judah's life. Okay? Things happen in Judah's life where the only thing he's thinking about is the loss of his wife.
Right.
So he had to be comforted.
Right.
Condolences. People come check it, family come check it and comfort him because it's a big loss. He lost his wife. And after that, he went up to the sheep shearers to Timnath. He got a lot of sheep, and he went up there to shear his sheep. Right. That's a big thing in back then. Look. That's where your wool comes from. All them sheep produce wool, and that's also money. Okay, you can make rugs out of it, make your tents out of it, make your heavy robes out of it. So he's up there with his friend Hira the Adullamite, verse 13.
And it was told Tamar, saying, Behold, thy father-in-law goeth up to Timnath to shear his sheep. And she put her widow's garment off from her, and covered her with a veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in an open place, which is by the way to Timnath.
So she put her widow's garments off from her, and covered her with a veil, covered her face. And the veil covers the face, right? Covers everything, right? Up to the eyes, right? The holy seat, right? And then it comes down, comes all the way down. And it's big and wide, okay? She took that and put that on, and then she took the material and she wrapped herself. Sorry, she wrapped herself. It's a close-fitting fit. They call them saris. S-A-R-I. Right. Saris. Indians. In the Indian culture, they wear that a lot too. Right. So she did that, and then look at the action that she did. It said, and she sat in an open place. Now let me show you what an open place is. An open place is the corner, the stoop.
Where you will be noticed at.
Where you will be noticed at. Or where people, like this doorway.
A lot of action going on.
No woman should stand up in the doorway. No little girl should stand up in the doorway. You got a lot of men moving in. You gotta be saying this. It's somebody gonna bump into somebody. Okay? This denotes whoredom, a behavior of whoredom in the woman. Okay? So she went and she sat in an open place, and it's also meaning she's available. This is an area where women go to show that they are available. All right? Right. Tell she.
And sat in an open place, which is by the way of Timnath. For she saw that Sheila was grown, and she was not given unto him for wife.
Sheila grown. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. She didn't go and say, hey, man, you forgot. That ain't her job to remind him.
Yeah.
Right or wrong?
That's right.
It's my job to remember what came out my mouth. It's my job to remember. Okay? Not the heathen's job.
Nobody even asked them, why you didn't remind me?
No. And they don't roll like that. Because I said it out my mouth.
It ain't my job to remind you.
So I have to remember.
And I know
you see how
that takes a certain humility.
Yes.
She had a certain humility not to
go and do
at Judah.
Yeah. You know she was done wrong. Even though she was right. Even times you would be right or you were done wrong and you weren't right. This is what I mean by staying in your place. Sometimes it's best to still stay in your place.
That's deep, man.
Because that makes you more innocent in the matter.
That's deep.
You get it? And whatever the matter is,
that's deep.
But look, man, the whole time he or she stood there and just said, word. This guy was yelling and cussing and throwing stuff. The judgment will look towards you and you get a chance to speak your piece. Yeah. They tell them to shut up, man. Yeah. You get the judge tight. You ever seen a courtroom when the judge get tight? You ever seen Judge Judy?
Yeah.
You ever been in the courtroom?
Yeah.
Look. It's not just the civilians, the criminals,
Yeah.
the lawyers, the prosecutors.
That's right.
They do and say a little too much, and the judge get tight at them. It's not good to get a judge tight or a person in authority that can decide your fate.
Yeah.
Because that's what we do with God.
Yeah.
We do that with the ultimate judge.
Yeah.
Tell she.
And Judah saw her. He thought her to be a harlot because she had covered her face.
Now, at that time, in the era of the world, in this region of the world, the woman wore veils to cover their shame. Look, they're not going to let you know, oh yeah, that was her that I was with last night.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? They covered their face. Okay? They didn't take off all their clothes either.
That's right.
The road deed was done. They got paid. The man go about his business. He never get. He don't know. He don't know. She know.
Right.
But guess what? She ain't gonna say nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of integrity, man. Even in this situation. Tell me.
When Judah saw her, he thought her to be a harlot
because
she had covered her face. And he turned unto her by the way and said, Go to, I pray thee. Let me come in unto thee.
That is the most nicest way to want to ask to be with a woman.
Yeah.
Straightforward, straight to the point.
Yeah, straight to the
business.
point. I ain't trying to take no wood with no games.
You don't want to turn her off. And she'd be like, nah, I'm out of here. Okay?
Right.
And it's party time for him. When you are sheep sharing, all right, it's a festive time for the man.
Right.
Boaz.
Right.
If you read about Boaz and Ruth, it'll go more into depth about the sheep sharing time.
Mm-hmm.
All the men, myself, say I got sheep. All my brothers, all the men in my family, nephews, we all go up in the mountains where my sheep sharers work the flocks, okay? And they will share the sheep of wool. And I would tally the amount. Some I would sell, some I would keep, some to make garments with, some. You understand what I'm saying? And that was it's part of God's blessing also. And they would party, drink, get drunk, chill out, and all that. Tell me.
And he turned unto her by the way and said, Go to, I pray thee, let me come in unto thee. But he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said, What wilt thou give me, that thou mayest come in unto me?
You're not getting nothing free. You get nothing free in life. If you think you got something free, trust me, you're paying for it.
That's right.
Don't ever try to get over. See, Abraham said, I don't want nothing from you guys. Give to these guys.
I don't know nothing.
I don't want nothing from you. He watched who he took things from. He took things from Melchizedek when Melchizedek came. But he didn't take from the Canaanites. He didn't take from those guys. You don't know what those people did with the gift that they given. They say it's blessed. Oh yeah, man, take this. This is blessed. That's cursed. That's cursed. There's no item that could be blessed. Okay? That's in paganism. Tell you.
And he said, I will send thee a kid from the flock. And she said, Wilt thou give me a pledge till thou send it?
Okay, you're going to send me a kid from the flock, but
you ain't got it now.
But look, you're here with me, and the flock and the kid is miles away.
And you want this now.
You want this now. So,
so what you going to give me right now?
You can't come with a deal like that. You can't come wanting something now and not giving up nothing.
That's
now.
right.
Okay?
That's
so
right.
She said, this is why when I come to borrow money from you, I come with a pledge. And most of the time, the pledge was the garment, the robes.
That's right.
That's what made it valuable, because I'm coming to get my robe back. That guarantees me paying you back.
Right.
Because I'm coming to get that.
Right.
And you can't come in my house and pick the pledge.
Mm-hmm.
See, the law cover both sides of the person's on the deal.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right. You. And he said, What pledge shall I give thee? And she said, Thy signet, thy bracelet
Look.
and thy
He
staff.
said, what pledge do you want?
Whatever you want, I got it.
Because I'm not home. Whatever I have on me, what do you want?
Mm-hmm.
She said, thy signet, thy bracelets, and thy staff.
Mm-hmm.
But that was his ID.
That's right.
And they were the only ones with them bracelets and those signets. Jacob and his sons and his family. They were the only ones walking around like that.
That's right.
Okay? So they were that IDs. She didn't say, well, give me this, give me your shoes. Give me your staff, your signet, and your bracelet.
Mm-hmm.
If that's your signet, that got your name on it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And your staff, everybody has their own. No staff is the same. Okay?
That's right.
She.
That signet, that bracelet, that staff, that is in thy hand. And he gave it her, and came in unto her, and she conceived by him.
She got pregnant. Look, they don't have miscarriages and stuff like that, man. These people were blessed by God. Not even the animals. They were blessed, man. They were blessed. Look at Sarah. She got pregnant by Abraham at such an old age.
Yeah, she was, what, 90? She was old, man.
God showed himself by that act.
Right.
Because nobody gets pregnant at that age. Right or wrong.
She was old.
Nobody gets pregnant at that age. Women don't get pregnant at that age.
Yeah. And she arose and went away and laid by her veil from her and put on the garment of her widowhood. And Judah sent the kid.
That's it. She's not going to stay and being a harlot.
Yeah, ain't nothing to wait for.
This money is good. Let me keep going there. That was the purpose. The purpose, all right, since you not giving me your son, I'm going to get you. One of you males from this family going to give me a seed.
That's right.
Some shit.
And Judah sent the kid by the hand of his friend, the Adulamite, to receive his pledge from the woman's hand.
Now, he went, told the hero, the Adulamite, look, man, go and see the harlot that's by the way, in the open place. He said, just give her this kid. As I said, that's what I'm saying, I'm going to give it to her. And she's going to give you my staff, my signet, and my bracelets. But when he went there, she was gone. Some shit.
And Judah sent the kid by the hand of his friend the Adulamite to receive his pledge from the woman's hand, but he found her not. Then he asked the men of that place, saying, where is the harlot that was openly by the wayside? And they said, there was no harlot in this place.
She been gone. She was
gone
gone before those guys came out.
She out of there. And he returned to Judah and said, I cannot find her. And also the men of the place said that there was no harlot in this place. And Judah said, let her take it to her, lest we be shamed. Behold, I sent this kid, and thou hast not found her.
He said, now we're going to be shamed. I didn't complete this deal, what came out of my mouth, what I said I was going to do. Mm-hmm. If I don't do that, it's a shameful thing on my name. That's why he said, behold, he said, lest we be shamed. Not just me, you too.
Mm-hmm.
You're my friend.
Right.
Rock with me. And you're part of this matter now. So we both we're not gonna look right.
Right.
And it's a shameful thing. Something to make you say, oh man. He said, behold, I sent this kid and thou hast not found. He said, man, I sent you out to find him, you ain't find him, man.
Yeah.
Some shit.
And it came to pass about 3 months.
90 days later.
After that it was told Judah, saying, Tamar, thy daughter-in-law, had played the harlot.
Now, about that time, she got a bump.
She got a bump.
Okay, she got a bump. You can't hide the pregnancy. Yeah. Okay? There's been times when women got pregnant and tried to hide the pregnancy. They can't hide it too long.
That's right.
Okay? So now the word is out. And they said, look, man, she played the harlot. She is with child by whoredom. The reason why they said she played the whore, she has a child through whoredom, which that would make it a what? A bastard. Once you have a child through whoredom, meaning not married, okay? Sleeping, man or woman sleeping out. You got a child, that's a child of whoredom. That's a bastard. Now, the people, they hurried up and told Judah, yo, man, she's pregnant. And we know you didn't give Sheila. You didn't give nobody to her. So she was supposed to wait.
Right.
Okay?
Everybody knew.
Everybody knew the deal.
Yeah. And also, behold, she is with child by water. And Judah said, bring her forth and let her be burned.
Let her be burned.
And when she
a lot of people would say that's cruel and she's pregnant. And then, listen, let me tell you something. All of God's judgments, commandments are righteous, fair.
So he's just in all things.
Just in all things.
Just
and the people who follow God and serve God, they're going to be the same way moving on this planet.
That's right.
Okay? All of God's decisions is just and correct.
Like the brother
it's not to be.
Like the brother said, I got shot. God is just.
God is just.
I'm in the hospital. God is just. Anything.
Look, one heathen king said, man, he said 72 kings. I took off their thumbs and their great toes.
That's right.
He said, now the Lord has requited me the same.
That's right.
And when he said the Lord, he wasn't talking about the idol that he served.
Mm-hmm.
You know why he said the Lord? Because who cut off his thumbs? The man that served God.
Right.
So he said, man, if these guys get me, that means their God allowed it to happen.
That's right.
That's why he said the Lord has required me the same. Tell me.
When she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, by the man who these are, am I with child?
So now everybody go get her, bring her to be burnt. Maybe somebody went and got her, and she had to be presented to Judah. But when she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law. She sent by a messenger, and she said, I'm pregnant by this man. She didn't need a DNA test.
Uh-huh.
She didn't need no DNA test. Okay? She said, whose these are, am I with child? And she said, discern, I pray thee, whose are these, the signet and the bracelets and the staff? Okay, so look, this stuff right here, whoever this belongs to, that's who I'm having this baby for. So who does this belong to? She never said, hey, this is your stuff. She didn't, no accusing. Sometimes, even if I'm coming to you with something that you did, right? It's not good to come, hey, you, it's not to come, it's the way to do it. And we learn how to communicate with each other, even in a matter of situation that's not lively.
And they also stepped up to their fault.
And they admitted their fault.
They stepped up to it. She knew he was going to step up to it.
She knew it. She said, here, he's not going to deny this. This is his.
Nobody
else owns this. Yeah. His name is on that.
That's
Ain't
right.
nobody on the planet walking around named Judah.
That's right.
At that moment, there is nobody else named Judah. There's
only
one
Judah.
man named Judah walking around. Okay?
That's right.
Time sheet, verse 26.
And Judah acknowledged them and said, she had been more righteous than I.
Whoa.
That's right.
Here, I'm more righteous than you. See what you did? You forgot. You didn't.
She didn't do that.
It's not our place.
Right. He gonna recognize.
He recognizes she
He gonna recognize.
He acknowledged.
That's
When
right.
he looked, he said, yo,
That's right.
he said, she in this matter, she's more right than this.
Right.
I faulted.
They
because
both
I didn't
godly.
keep it.
She recognized that she's talking
She
to her Lord.
Yeah.
And he recognized
that he did her wrong.
Exactly.
And he said, he said out his mouth, she's more righteous than me.
He said it. Right. She didn't have to say it. He recognized.
In this matter,
this matter,
she got me, man.
Right.
I messed up in this
And
matter.
that don't take no brownie points from Judah.
No, it don't.
He
He's
don't
still,
lose nothing.
Judah is still the father of the kings that's going to come out of him.
Father of many people.
Remember, David is there with him right now.
This is the beginning of a tribe being established.
Kingly royal
12
tribes. He said, who shall go up first?
The 12
Judah.
tribes.
And this is the man where the whole tribe come out of.
That's right.
High-powered God-serving man.
That's right, man.
But he still admitted, no matter how high I am, I got to admit when I'm wrong.
That's right.
That's right.
And now when I admit that I'm wrong, stop throwing the knives at me.
Mm-hmm.
See, because today we don't do that. I've seen people that acknowledge, and people want to kill them.
But they keep gnawing.
And keep
They
going.
keep ignoring.
And I said, all right, man. I just said, man, I was doing, I'm sorry. Come on, man. You have been at fault too also. You have also cursed. And guess what? I ain't saying nothing to you. I didn't even say nothing to you.
That's right.
Me not saying nothing means what? Let it pass.
That's right.
Let it pass. God let a lot of stuff pass.
That's right.
And you don't have to.
That's right.
So we can let our pride down. Oh, I ain't gotta go quick. God, come on, chill, man.
That's right.
Take it easy.
That's right.
Tongue sheet.
Judah acknowledged them and said, she had been more righteous than I, because that I gave her not to Shelah, my son.
And see, they don't say, yeah, you were more right than me.
They're going to voice it.
He voiced how she became more right.
How she was
He
more
said, yeah,
right.
because I did not give Shelah. He went right to it.
Right to it. He was able to
Go right to my wrong, but yeah, you know what?
That's right.
That's where I'm wrong at. I should have said, you right, Iman, I should have did that. And that's it. You make you a better person like that.
That's right.
Okay? Nah, for real. You will feel better about yourself. It's in the spirit.
It's in the spirit.
It affects the spirit.
That's right.
Okay? Time sheet.
And it came to pass in the time of her
Hold on.
travail.
It said, and he knew her again no more.
Yeah, he ain't messing around. He ain't go back to that well.
Okay?
That was the
We don't condone the father-in-law and the daughter-in-law. That act, nobody did nothing wrong. Judah admitted what he did was wrong.
Right.
That was the only wrong that was done.
Right.
We got to stick to the book.
Right.
Okay?
That's right.
These people serve God and were accepted.
That's right.
Okay? So we cannot criticize them. You see, man, this guy was evil. Say, yeah, see, he was evil. Watch your mouth.
That's right.
You're not in the position to do that. You're not in the position to say, okay, the book says he was evil. All right, let's see why. So we don't have to be evil before God. The
Right.
book show you what
example.
evil is
What
and what examples is. Some people did evil. Some people did evil to each other.
That's
And
right.
say God displeased them. But that don't mean you can point the finger at these people, man. Because they're all coming back.
Yeah.
Isaiah, who was it? Ezekiel, the valley of the dry bones.
Can these bones live?
He showed him a vision. He said, yo, these are the bones of all of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody who's Israel, their bones, that means they're dead already. He said, he said, son of man, can these bones live? He said, only thou knowest, Lord.
That's right.
I'm not going to even be so prestigious or
Entitle
entitle myself to try to think about answering that.
That's right.
Certain
That's
things.
right.
Oh, no. You know the answer.
That's right.
I'm not.
Let me stay in my place.
You might tell me a number I never heard of.
That's right.
It's not for me. Certain things that's not in the book, it's not for me. It's not for us.
That's right.
Even the secret things.
It's not for you.
Certain things, it's a secret. And it's not supposed to be revealed to us because we will pollute it. We will pollute it. We will profane, we will defile the secret. Samson had a secret. God said, yeah, you won't even tell your mother or your father. But he got pressured and he told that girl. That was his downfall.
Yeah, that was his downfall right there.
Just kept messing with him. That means you was around the wrong woman.
Mm-hmm.
Right or wrong.
That's right.
He said, man, his father said, yo, what's wrong with you, man? You keep going after these Philistine women. You got the daughters of your brethren right here. Your brethren Judah, because he was out of Judah, they got daughters. A lot of them would like you to marry their daughter. But you want them out there. You want the Canaanites. You want the ones that Rebekah and Isaac told their sons, I don't want you to marry those people. I don't want you to marry into their family. I don't want to be related to those families that serve God. That's how pure, and that was the downfall. Look at Esau. Esau said, okay, I ain't going to mess with the Canaanites. I'm going to go over here with these women here. But they were a little bit better than the Canaanites, but they weren't it. They weren't it. But his thing was trying to please his parents.
Wake up, Jacob.
Trying to please his parents. Our choices and our decisions got to be based more towards God.
That's right.
At least ask God to help you with the right decision.
That's right.
and wait on him. Wait on him.
Mm-hmm.
You say, wait on the Lord, I say. Wait on the Lord. That means you got to have a lot of patience serving God. In everything, you got to have a lot of patience. The people lost patience, and they said, we don't know what happened to Moses.
And they caused them
And what
to
happened?
sin.
And what happened? And it what?
It caused them to sin.
Impatience will cause you
Being
to sin.
impatient.
Being impatient. I remember Abba said that to him. I forgot what happened. He said, see, being impatient causes you to sin.
That's right.
The ways and actions will cause you to sin. These people were patient. They were so patient. Look, man, you got to kill them. They're not moving. They're going to wait on God.
Yeah.
Chomshi.
And it came to pass in the time of her travail that, behold, twins were in her womb.
Twins were in her womb.
And it came to pass when she travailed that the one put out his hand, and the midwife
So
took.
while she in labor, travail, she's in labor.
Mm-hmm.
She's standing up. They didn't lie down like today.
No.
They stood up. It's a stool right there. You got the midwives right there to catch the baby.
Swallow it. Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And they don't need the afterbirth. See, today they take the afterbirth and make pills. And make birth control pills out of it. And make birth control shots out of it. They didn't use all of that. They didn't need that. They just want the baby, clean all that stuff up. So he said, one put out his hand. While the twins is in there, one hand came out of her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is superhuman stuff. Read.
One put out his hand, and the midwife took and bound upon his hand a scarlet thread, saying, this came out first.
That's wise. That was a wise thing to do. See, midwife, that's her job. See, once
On point for all
she
of
was
that.
on point, she said, look, man,
Yeah.
this guy ain't coming out. He's just poking a hand out. He said,
Mhm.
took a scarlet thread, tied it around to Mark. This is the one that came. He broke the breach first. The race. You running the race. You running the race. You running the race. If your nose come over the finish line before any other body part, you won. If my hair, I got long hair. Anything, any part of me, I won. And that's what this is. He broke the breach. So he came out first. Tom shit.
And it came to pass, as he drew back his head, that behold, his brother came out. And she said, how hast thou broken forth?
How you got one? How did you get past him?
Mm-hmm.
That's what she mean. Because he got his, it's like he got his hand out, probably got pulled back in, and then this guy moved him out the way. Yeah, how did all this action go down? This don't normally happen. This don't normally happen, man.
Mm-hmm.
And he's still in there.
Still
The
in
one who put his hands out first came out second. Time sheet. But he came out first.
Right.
He broke first. Time sheet.
This breach be upon thee. Therefore his name was called Phares.
See how they name their children
Mm-hmm.
after a certain action in their life or in a child's life, or what was going on as the child was being born. Time sheet.
And afterward came out his brother that had the scarlet thread upon his hand, and his name was called Zara. Chapter 39. Genesis chapter 39. And Joseph was brought down to Egypt, and Potiphar,
Back to Joseph.
an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guard, an Egyptian, brought him of the hands of the Israelites, which had brought him down hither.
So not a regular person got him. Got a man of high stature. He's captain of Pharaoh's guard. Okay, he's not the captain of the army. He's captain of Pharaoh's guard. That's like the secret service.
Right.
Okay, he only move, and their service is only when Pharaoh moves. They don't go out with the army. See, the king has his own personal
Secret
army.
service.
And that's, today the president, secret service. And look, these guys, it was more. You had about 300 to 500 soldiers.
Yeah.
That wherever you go, that's where they go. They don't go with nobody else. The army go that way, they stay with you. Tell you.
And the Lord was with Joseph. He was a prosperous man.
So God was with Joseph. See, when you look at things that happen in life, right? You may say, oh man, this is an evil thing that happened. But sometimes wait it out.
It's meant to happen.
Because sometimes these things are sometimes it's meant to happen.
Yeah.
Okay? for other things to go down.
That's right.
Because it says the Lord was with Joseph the whole time. When he got grabbed up, when he got sold, God could have stopped that.
Mhm.
God could have intervened that.
Mhm.
But God knows what's about to go down. There's a famine about to go down. And he's got to look out for Jacob. All of this is going down because of the father, Jacob. Okay? Tell she.
And he was in the house of his master, the Egyptian. And his master saw that the Lord was with him, and the Lord made all that he did to prosper in his hand.
And his master saw that the Lord was with him. See, these heathen, they knew about God. They just chose to be against. You see, a pagan is one who does not live by these commandments. Once you don't live by these commandments, you're automatically a pagan. Automatically. No matter how you live, no matter what you live, no matter how you walk, that's a religion. If you walk your own way, oh, I don't believe in no God, I don't do that. Okay, that's a religion too. Okay? He said his master saw that the Lord was with him, and that the Lord made all that he did to prosper in his hand. A special kind of guy. This Egyptian got a special eye. He peeped it. He said, man, look, guys like that, they don't let you go. God is with you like that, and look, the heathen will see it. He said, nah, man, extraordinary stuff happened with this dude. Unusual things happen.
Mhm.
He get into a jam, miraculously things happen.
Right.
He get out of it. Only with this guy, man. People will see that and say, yeah, God is with you. They're not going to say no idol either.
Mhm.
They're talking about who you serve.
Right.
Because they see it work. But look, the only word for you.
Right.
But they will say it. So that's why he said, yo, man, God is with this guy. Everything he said, everything he do, prosper. And that's not got nothing to do with money. Tell she.
And Joseph found grace in his sight, and he served him. And he made him overseer over his house, and all that he had. He put his hands.
He made him
Put
second.
into his hands.
He made him second in command.
Mhm.
After Potiphar is Joseph. Tell she.
And it came to pass from the time that he had made him overseer in his house, and over all that he had, that the Lord blessed the Egyptian's house for Joseph's sake.
The Egyptian's house got blessed because of Joseph. There's idols in that house. There's ankhs. The ankh is an Egyptian cross. It's an Egyptian house. But because Joseph is there, the effect on that house is going to be towards God because of Joseph. And he saw that. Same thing that Laban saw with Jacob. Remember, come thou blessed of the Lord. Oh, God is with you. Come, you stop. And then now I gotta trick you to keep you here. I don't want you to leave. Because once you leave, the blessing go with you. Tell you.
And the blessing of the Lord was upon all that he had in the house
Mhm.
and in the field. And he left all that he had in Joseph's hand, and he knew not aught he had, save the bread which he did eat. And Joseph was a goodly person and well favored.
Well favored, you know what that means? Everybody like him. Everybody respect him. Even the wicked dudes say, nah, not him. Not him. You do it to everybody else, not Joseph. That's how highly respected he was. Tell you.
And it came to pass after these things that his master's wife cast her eyes upon Joseph.
She cast her eyes upon Joseph. She wants to be with Joseph. She's a married woman. Okay?
Mm.
She's married to Potiphar. Now, all of a sudden, she's feeling Joseph. She's liking his style now. Okay? She got eyes for him. Tell she.
And she said, lie with me.
Straight to the point. Lie with me. And listen to what this man said.
But he refused and said unto his master's wife, behold, my master wanted not what is with me in the house. And he had committed all that he had to my hand. There is none greater in this house than I. Neither had he kept back anything from me but thee.
He said, the only thing that he kept back from me is you. Because you belong to him.
Oh, his wife, right.
I can't have jurisdiction over you. See what he said? He said, yo, man, listen, man, you realize you his wife. That's what he's saying. All of this means you realize your place. You realize you're this man's wife. You realize that he trusts me. He gave me everything. He said, neither have he kept back anything from me but thee. He would give me anything I asked for. Okay? He said, how then can I do this great wickedness and what? And sin against God.
There is none.
And sin against God. He said, if I do this, I sin against God. God first. Okay? He's like, no, yo, man, I can't do this with you, man. I bow down with you. This is sin against God. Plus, your husband trusts me. I would be a heel. I would be a rat to do this. I would be a snake to do this also. Don't you?
Because thou art his wife. And how then can I do this great wickedness and sin against God? And it came to pass, as she spake to Joseph day by day.
Every day. She pressed him every day. He look up, she's looking at him with the googly eyes. She's pressing him every day. But he wouldn't hearken unto her.
That he hearkened not unto her to lie by her or to be with her.
He said he hearkened not unto her to lie by her. I'm not lying down nowhere near you. I'm not supposed to be nowhere near you physically. Okay? Or to be with you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not supposed to be in your face, sitting down, having a whole cup. Nah. Because I know what you want. And if I stick around, okay, I'm giving you a chance.
Mm-hmm.
Nah. Don't you?
And it came to pass about this time that Joseph went into the house to do his business, and there was none of the men of the house there with him.
Just at this moment,
us.
it was just them two in the house.
It's just
and she was
us.
waiting for that. She was waiting. Okay, he was in there to do his business.
To work.
Okay,
it was work.
Tell me.
And she caught him by his garment, saying, "Lie with me."
She grabbed him. This time she grabbed him. Okay, this is assault. Right or wrong? in the workplace, what would they call that? What charge would that be?
Mm-hmm.
Sexual harassment.
Right.
Okay. And she caught him by his garment, saying, "Lie with me."
Lie with me.
Uh-huh.
And he left his garment in her hand and fled and got him out.
If you grab my garment right now, trust me, I can get out of it. It's loose enough. It's wide enough. There's enough room. He got up out of there. He said, "Oh no, man, this girl is very aggressive." And he got out of there. Tell she.
And it came to pass when she saw that he had left his garment in her hand and was fled forth. That
He got out of there so fast. She just had his garment there. He said, "Wow, man, this guy." And he ran. He ran out the house.
Uh-huh.
So what she did now?
That she called unto the men of her house and spake unto them, saying, "See, he had brought in a Hebrew unto us to mock us. He came in unto me to lie with me, and I cried with a loud voice."
See what he called? See what she called him? A Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
Jacob and his family were the only Hebrews. They were the only ones that were speaking Hebrew.
That's right.
Okay? Top shit.
And it came to pass when he heard that I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me and fled and got him out.
Now that she has
Proof.
Yeah, it looks like she's telling the truth.
Right, because she got his garment.
She got his garment. See, wickedness in her made her come, okay, you know what? I got his garment. I'm going to tell everybody. And she said, how he brought this Hebrew in unto me to mock us. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
When you turn on somebody, you mock them also. Because that's what she's saying. You brought this Hebrew in and to do this thing here. What he did, he mocked us by doing it. When you go against somebody, you're also mocking them.
That's
when
right.
you question someone's authority, you're mocking them. It's not just teasing them or making fun of them. Tell she.
And she laid up his garment by her until his Lord came home. And she spake unto him according to these words, saying, "The Hebrew servant which thou hast brought upon unto us came in unto me to mock me."
And she's like rubbing salt into a wound now. Like this Hebrew servant you brought in here, you brought him in here to mock us. So now it seems as if he did, but he didn't. Township.
And it came to pass that I lifted up my voice and cried that he left his garment with me and fled out. And it came to pass when his master heard the words of his wife, which spake unto him, saying, after this manner did thy servant to me, that his wrath was kindled. And Joseph's master took him and put him in the prison, a place where the king's prisoners were bound.
So they went and found him, and they put him in a special spot.
Uh-huh.
Not with just any prisoners, though. Prisoners of the king. Prisoners of the king. These guys never getting out. Okay? Never getting. There's no determined sentence. There's no paroles, no probation, none of that. Nobody's coming to visit you. You don't get commissary. You don't get mail. There's no phones. There's no contact with your family. You can forget about them.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Township.
But the Lord was with Joseph.
But God was with him there too. Anywhere where you at, God is right
God
there.
was with him.
Okay?
God was with him.
He could put you on the spot and still be with you.
That's right.
And got you covered.
That's right.
Township.
And the Lord was with him, but the Lord was with Joseph and showed him mercy and gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison.
How he showed him mercy? By turning the heart of the keeper of the prison towards Joseph.
That's right.
God turned that guy's heart and made him like Joseph. Ain't that something?
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't Joseph's charm on this one. He showed him mercy and gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison.
And the keeper of the prison committed to Joseph's hand all the prisoners that were in the prison.
So now he run the joint. The keeper of the prison, which is the warden, said, look, you run it.
That's right.
You hold them down. You second in command. He's a prisoner too, but he's like right after the warden.
Right.
Okay? God did that. God got him that favoritism.
That's right.
That privilege to be in that place. Township.
And whatsoever they did there, he was the doer of it. The keeper of the prison looked not to anything that was under his hand, because the Lord was with him. And that which he did, the Lord made it to prosper. Chapter 40. And it came to pass after these things that the butler of the king of Egypt and his baker had offended their lord, the king of Egypt.
He said, the butler of the king of Egypt, that's your first servant.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one that bring your food, that bring your cup and your wine. That's the one who deals with you personally, with your wardrobe. That's the what you call, snap your fingers or whatever, that's the one that come out. He controls all the other servants, right?
Mm-hmm.
And his baker. Okay? You got a lot of bakers. But he got a chief baker, the master baker. These two guys offended their lord, the king of Egypt. Never said what they did to offend him. So you can do, and there's a lot of things that could be done to offend a person.
Mm-hmm.
And they offended the wrong person. The wrong person you want to offend is a cop. Because now he's going to want to play by his own rules. Yeah, gotta watch it.
He gonna get it off.
You can't have crazy words for him in a situation where they have more might. You gotta use wisdom. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
They wasn't in Babylon. The children of Israel was in Babylon for 70 years. Trust me. They didn't revolt while they was there.
No.
Okay? The baker offended their lord, the king of Egypt, verse 2. And Pharaoh was wroth against two of his officers.
Against the chief of the butler and against the chief of the baker.
They were officers.
And he put them in ward in the house of the captain of the guard, into the prison, the place where Joseph was bound.
Same joint where Joseph was. God is in all this. Okay? All of a sudden, God made those two guys do something that they normally would have done. And it got the king mad, and he put them in prison so that they could get in contact with Joseph. Okay? And see how that link up goes. Township.
And the captain of the guard charged Joseph with them, and he served them. And they continued to season him any word
In ward.
In ward.
A season. They were there for a whole winter, or they were there for a whole summer. Tell you.
And they dreamed a dream, both of them, each man.
Now these guys are dreaming dreams. Who you think caused them to have these dreams? God. Tell you.
And they dreamed a dream, both of them, each man his dream in one night. Each man according to the interpretation of his dream. The butler and the baker of the king of Egypt, which were bound in the prison. And Joseph came in unto them in the morning, and looked upon them, and behold, they were sad. And he asked Pharaoh's officers that were with them in the ward of his lord's house, saying, wherefore look ye so sad today?
He said, man, why y'all looking like that today, man? This ain't the environment for y'all to be looking like this. You know what that mean, right? They was happy in there. It wasn't walking around stressed. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because today they sad. So that means yesterday and the other day they weren't sad. They was all right. But today something got them down. And that's those dreams. Those dreams are troubling them. It's not a regular dream. Oh yeah, I had a dream. I was running, or I ran out the window and I was falling. I had a dream. Somebody was chasing me. I couldn't see his face. You know, dreams that don't make no sense. Some shit.
And they said unto him, we have dreamed a dream, and there is no interpreter of it. And Joseph said unto them, do not interpretation belong to God?
He said,
tell me then, my praise.
He said, God knows the interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
He said, in other words, Joseph already knew by now he know he got that gift. He know that he can interpret dreams. Ain't that something?
That's right.
You had the dream, but you can't interpret your own dream. But Joseph was able to interpret your dream. Like Daniel. Later on down the line, Daniel had that same gift. God gave Daniel that gift, right? Okay? He was able to interpret the king's dream. Tell shit.
And the chief butler told his dream to Joseph, and said to him, in my dream, behold, a vine was before me, and in the vine were 3 branches, and it was as though it budded, and her blossom shot forth, and the clusters thereof brought forth ripe grapes. And Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and I gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. And Joseph said unto him, this is the interpretation of it. The 3 branches or 3 days.
Ain't that something? You got that quick. He said, I'm going to tell you what it means right now. Joseph did not do divination. Okay? Divination is when you use artifacts in order to tell the future. Okay? Okay? God gave him that special gift that he just knows. He can hear it and proceed to understand it. Okay? He gave him that wisdom. Tell you.
And Joseph said unto him, this is the interpretation of it. The 3 branches or 3 days.
3 days.
Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up thine head, and restore thee unto thy place. And thou shalt deliver Pharaoh's cup into his hand, after the former manner, when thou wast his butler.
He said, so you're going to get your job back. Those 3 branches symbolizes a day. Each branch for a day. So you got 3 more days to go. All right? And in your dream, you press the grapes. And you press the juice of the grapes into the cup. And in your dream, you gave it to him. That's your future. You're going to be back there serving your master. Mm-hmm. In 3 days.
But think on me when it shall be well with thee.
He said, don't forget me.
Show kindness.
He said, don't forget me when you get out. No, don't forget me, son. Don't forget me when you get home. When you get home, man. Hold me down, man. Mention me. Put a word out for me. Say, hey, man, when I was down there, this guy down there, he interpreted dreams. We need to have him over here. Tell shit.
I pray thee unto me, and make mention unto me, unto Pharaoh, and bring me out of this house.
Yeah, tell him I'm doing good down here. I'm behaving myself. Maybe I helped you, which is his chief servant. Maybe he'll get me up out of here. That's the only way he's getting out of here. Tell shit.
For indeed I was stolen away out of the land of the Hebrews, and here also have I done nothing that they should put me into the dungeon. And when the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he said unto Joseph, I also was in my
He said,
dream.
now the chief baker saw that the interpretation was a good interpretation. So he said, man, I had a dream too. And now he proceeded to tell his dream.
Mhm. I also was in my dream, and behold, I had 3 white baskets on my head, and in the uppermost baskets there was of all manner of big meats for Pharaoh, and the bird did eat them out of the basket upon my head.
Now he had 3 baskets on his head, and he had different types of breads and meats and stuff in there, right? And the birds came and started eating the food that he had in the basket. Okay, Tamshi.
And Joseph answered and said, this is the interpretation thereof. The 3 baskets are 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up thy head from off thee, and shall hang thee on the tree, and the birds shall eat thy flesh from off thee.
He didn't get a good interpretation. He said, man, see, ain't no birds. In the other man's dream, nobody came near him and messed with him. All he did was go press grapes. In this dream, you got birds eating the food off your head. He said, in 3 days, 3 baskets, 3 days, you're going to get out, but the king is going to behead you. He's going to execute him. Okay? Top sheet.
And it came to pass in the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday.
Okay. It said the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday. Right? Now, the reason why it just so happened that on the 3rd day was Pharaoh's birthday. Because back then, right? First of all, the Pharaoh's birthday was also a coronation. You know, like when the president, you get a new president and they get an inauguration. Back then they called it a coronation. It's a big coronation. To coronate the new king. That's a big festival, big event. Celebrities come, perform in honor of the new king. That they also do that on their birthdays. Okay? It said only royalty had birthdays recognized. If you wasn't out of the royal line, you wasn't a prince, princess, queen, or king, you didn't celebrate your birthdays. Okay? And this is in Egypt. That's the Egyptian way how they celebrated birthdays. Okay? Now we move down to the Greeks, right? He said they honored the birth of gods and goddesses. This is their versions of birthdays. This is the beginning of their birthday before it got to them personally. The first birthdays the Greeks had was the idols that they served. All of those gods and goddesses were born and died. They have to have a birthday. Okay? They were honored with moon-shaped cakes with candles that were offered to Artemis, which is the goddess of the moon. Okay? So they went to the temple of the goddess of the moon and they presented cakes that got candles on them. And that's the birthday cake. This is the origin. The first birthday cake was offered to this idol. Okay? They believed the candles carried prayers to their gods. That is the reason for the candles. And it also resembles the moon. Round cake. Even if it's one candle, it was supposed to resemble the moon because Artemis is the goddess of the moon. Okay, this is Greek culture now, right? Then we go down to Roman culture. Now look, as we go down to these different cultures, we're getting close to our time. Okay, the Romans introduced. They were the ones to start annual birthday parties for important men. Only important men. Now it's beside the royal. It's beside royalty. It's beside princes and kings. You're an important man. You're a nobleman. You're a governor. You bring a lot of money in here. Come on. We're going to celebrate the day that you was born. Okay? The Romans started that once a year. Okay? They said women's birthdays were not celebrated until later periods. So all this time, women did not celebrate their birthdays. It was just the men, the heads, the kings and the noblemen. It said emperors' birthdays were celebrated empire-wide, like national holidays, just like the pharaohs. Now we get to the early Christians, not the Christians of today, early Christians. It said they considered birthdays pagan and did not celebrate them. The first Christians did not believe or celebrate birthdays. Okay? That guy on the cross, his so-called birthday was not officially celebrated until centuries after his so-called death. Eventually, adapted Roman customs like Saturnalia, which is the planet Saturn, which is named after a demon. Okay? They have this feast, and at this feast is debauchery going on and a lot of idolatry. Okay? And we bring it up to today now. Okay? So you got the birthday cake, which represent the moon. You got the candles. And when you make a wish, it evolved. This comes from pagan belief that smoke carries wishes to heaven. That's why they put the candles there. All right? It said, in blowing out the candles, possibly symbolic of extinguishing evil spirits or completing a ritual. Because all of that is a ritual. Okay? So that's what was going on. Joseph never did, our forefathers didn't celebrate their birthdays. All right? Everybody else in the world did because it got to do with paganism. It has to do with the idols. All their idols, okay, have a date of birth and a date of death. The Most High wasn't born. The Most High don't have a beginning. He don't have an end. Okay? So there's no story of the Most High being born. He's not man. Now, today in the Western world, the standardized birthday parties with cake, candles, and gifts. Okay? And it was started in Germany. The way people celebrate the birthdays today was started in Germany. It was called Kinderfest. Kinder in German means children, like kindergarten, school for children. This party was now for the children. The children would never have a birthday party until they were grown men or grown women and were important. But now anybody that's a child, they made it fun. They do parties. They bring the cake and they sing the songs, and they made it like a kids thing now. Mm-hmm. And they called it Kinderfest, a festival for children birthday. Okay? And that all brings us down to today. All right?
That's right.
So this is just information to show that this is not for us. You know, we gotta watch these days. That's right. In Mexico, when somebody's birthday comes, they call it or 15th birthday, they call it quinceanera. The 15th birthday, what they call 15 or 16. They have a piñata. They got a fake horse or pony, an image filled with candy, right? All of that is not for us. Those celebrations are not for us. And the customs are rituals.
And God said, follow not the customs.
And we cannot follow the customs, the manners, or the ordinance. The ordinance. How they order their lives, how they order their celebrations, what they celebrate. We cannot follow these things. God already gave us days.
Follow not the ways of the
okay? It's celebrated with cakes and gifts and symbolic items predicting the child's future. There's a whole bunch of other stuff that go along with it. I don't even know. Time sheet.
And he made a feast unto all his servants, and he lifted up the head of the chief butler and of the chief baker among his servants.
Just like Joseph said.
That's right.
Okay. On that third day, that's what he did. That's what they did. A lot of times, they would execute a person that they hate the most, or pick a couple of prisoners and kill them in honor of his day. Okay. Those guys were sacrificed to him. Because all that honoring a person on the birthday, and whatever you do to honor it, that's a sacrifice. You worship him. Sounds you.
And he restored the chief butler unto the butlership again, and gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker, as Joseph has interpreted to them. Yet did not the chief butler remember Joseph, but forgot him.
He said, yet the chief butler did not remember. He did not remember Joseph. Joseph looked out for him. He got out and forgot about him.
Chapter 41. And it came to pass at the end of 2 full years that Pharaoh dreamed, and behold, he stood by the river.
So we have 2 years later now. Joseph is still in there. 2 years later. Pharaoh dreams a dream now. A lot of dreams going on. Pharaoh dreams a dream that he stood by the river. Tamshi.
And behold, there came up out of the river 7 well-favored kine and fat flesh, and they fed in the meadow.
These cows, these cows were healthy, real fat, and they fed in the meadow. They was eating and grazing. Tamshi.
And behold, 7 other kinds came up after them out of the river, ill-favored and lean-fleshed.
Now all these kind, when he's standing by the river, they're coming out the river. The first batch came out, they were good for food, fat flesh, healthy. The other 7 came up, and they were skinny and scrawny. They looked sick, looked like they're about to die. Tamshi.
And stood by the other kind upon the brink of the river. And the ill-favored and lean-fleshed kind did eat up the 7 well-favored and fat kind. So Pharaoh awoke.
That's a dream to have. 7 cows come up, they move, they chilling, they eating grass, and 7 others come up that look like they're dead already and eat them, devour them, kill them, and eat them. And after that, he woke up. Tamshi.
And he slept and dreamed the second time.
So then he went back to sleep. And when he went back to sleep, he got another dream.
And behold, 7 ears of corn came up upon one stalk, rank and good. And behold, 7 thin ears, and blasted with the east wind, sprung up after them. And the 7 thin ears devoured the 7 rank and full ears. And Pharaoh awoke, and behold, it was a dream.
So he had like a similar dream. 7 came up, nice and good. Another 7 came behind him that wasn't good and ate that up and took that away. Okay, it's a pattern going on with this dream. Tamshi.
And it came to pass in the morning that his spirit was troubled, and he sent.
He knows those dreams mean something, but he can't interpret it. He don't understand it, but he knows this is not a regular dream. The last dream I had, it was 7 and 7. Now I'm dreaming it, 7 and 7 come up, and it's the same pattern. The ill-favored came and ate up the good favor. So he's troubled. He don't know. You know it means something. Tamshi.
And he sent and called for all the magicians of Egypt and all the wise men thereof. And Pharaoh told them his dream, but there was none that could interpret them unto Pharaoh. Then spake the chief butler unto Pharaoh, saying, I do remember my fault this day.
You hear that? What was his fault?
He
forgot.
He forgot Joseph.
At the end of the last chapter, it said, yet did not the chief butler remember. He forgot. So to forget is not a good thing. David said, I have not wickedly forgotten
thy law.
thy laws.
It's wicked to forget.
It said, remember the Shabbat day. How can you forget the Shabbat?
Only the wicked forget.
Sure. Today the Shabbat. I've seen people do that.
Yeah.
Only the wicked forget today the Shabbat? Where were you at? When it was Wednesday, what day you thought it was?
Only the wicked forget.
Okay? He said, I do remember my faults. And now that dreams are coming up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this issue with dreams are coming up, he remembers there is a guy that can interpret dreams. He said, but man, I forgot him, man. For how long? 2 years? He said, I left man. He said, this is my fault, my wrongdoing. I did him wrong by forgetting. You know why? Because he did me good. I cannot forget to do you good as payback from what you did for me. I can't forget you.
That's right.
I got to make sure you're included in good things.
That's right.
You're included in generous offerings. You're included in donations or gifts or whatever the goodness is. I got to make sure you're included because you did good to me. Okay? So when I don't do that, I'm at fault. And this man, they're not even an Israelite, he's an Egyptian. And he said, I do remember my faults this day. Tamshi.
Pharaoh was wrought with a servant and put me in ward in the captain of the guard's house, both me and the chief baker. And we dreamed the dream in one night, I and he. We dreamed each man according to the interpretation of his dream. And there was there with us a young man, a Hebrew servant to the captain of the guard, and we told him, and he interpreted to us our dreams. To each man according to his dream he did interpret. And it came to pass as he interpreted to us, so it was me. He restored unto mine office, and him he hanged. Then Pharaoh sent and called Joseph, and they brought him hastily out of the dungeon.
Hastily. It's all right. This guy interprets dreams. Get him out of here now. That's what's going to get Joseph out. Okay? Tough sheet.
And he shaved himself and changed his raiment and came in unto Pharaoh.
Now, when it says he shaved himself, right?
Yeah.
That does not mean we're allowed to shave. All right? Joseph was in Egypt, and he's getting ready to be presented before Pharaoh. In this case, he shaved, and there's no law being broken.
Mm-hmm.
God put him in this predicament,
Right.
personally. Not like he just did a random crime and went to jail. God did this. God made his brothers put him in that pit and made people find him and bring him all the way here,
Mm-hmm.
so that he could be in the position of second in command in Egypt.
That's
when
right.
famine come to,
That's
and
right.
that he can save his family. His father Yaakov will be saved through that famine because of the position he won't get himself. So don't look at this, okay, and fault him or tell yourself that it's okay. He said he shaved himself and changed his raiment and came in unto Pharaoh. Now, when you go to see the king, there are requirements to see the king. Okay? You got to meet those requirements. And those are the requirements. And God never said he sinned when he did that. Okay? So you can't say he sinned.
That's right.
Yeah, but the law say God put him in this position.
That's right.
So he's excused from that. All right? God will excuse you from certain things. But he got to be with you for you to do that.
Mm-hmm. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I have dreamed a dream, and there is none that can interpret it. And I have heard say of thee that thou canst understand the dream to interpret it. And Joseph answered Pharaoh, saying, it is not in me. God shall give Pharaoh an answer of peace.
You see that?
He didn't say the glory to God.
He didn't say, yeah, man.
He gave the honor to God.
God gave him the power to interpret dreams,
That's
which
right.
is true, right or wrong. But look,
That's right.
he has no pride in it.
He gave the honor to God.
He said, yeah. He said, it's not that. That's not in me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, to be able to interpret dreams. He said, God shall give Pharaoh an answer of peace. He just does it through me. God is the one that tells me what your dream is. God is the one that's going to do this, not me. Okay? Tell she.
And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, in my dream, behold, I stood upon the bank of the river, and behold, there came up out of the river 7 kine, fat flesh and well favored, and they fed in the meadow. And behold, 7 other kine, fat flesh and well favored, and they fed in the meadow. And behold, 7 other kine came up after them, poor and very ill favored, and lean flesh, such as I never saw in all the land of Egypt for badness.
Yeah, go down to verse 25. Yeah, go down to verse 25.
And Joseph said unto Pharaoh, the dream of Pharaoh is one. God,
before he even interpreted, he said both of those dreams mean the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
That the second one was a continuation of the first one. It means the same thing. This message is the same. Time sheet.
The dream of Pharaoh is one.
Mm-hmm.
God has showed Pharaoh what he is about to do.
Showed him the future. God is showing Pharaoh what he is about to do to Egypt, or really to the planet, to the earth, to the land. Time sheet.
The 7 good kind are 7 years, and the 7 good ears are 7 years. The dream is one. And the 7 thin and ill-favored kind that came out after them are 7 years. And the 7 empty ears, blasted with the east wind, shall be 7 years of famine. This is the thing which I have spoken unto Pharaoh. what God is about to do, he showed it unto Pharaoh.
Yes, sir.
Behold, there comes 7 years of great plenty throughout all the land of Egypt.
So now that's 7 years of those cows and the good corn stalks symbolizes 7 good years of plenty. Everything's going to be growing, a lot of produce, a lot of food, okay, a lot of grain. Time sheet.
And there shall arise after them 7 years of famine.
So God is letting them know for the next 7 years, y'all gonna be good. But 7 years after that, there's gonna be a famine. When God calls a famine now, he don't tell nobody. Ain't that something? It just happened. You deal with it. You don't know how long things are gonna be good till it get bad. Tell you.
And there shall arise after them 7 years of famine, and all the plenty shall be forgotten in the land of Egypt, and the famine shall consume the land. And the plenty shall not be known in the land by reason of that famine following, for it shall be very grievous.
Look, y'all, look. When that famine comes, it's gonna be as if nothing was growing out here. He said it's gonna be very grievous. It's gonna hurt you. Y'all gonna be hungry. People gonna be starving.
And for that, the dream was doubled unto Pharaoh twice. It is because the thing is established by God, and God will shortly bring it to pass.
It's established by God, and God will shortly bring it to pass. This is happening. The time starts now. The first 7 starts now. Time sheet.
Now, therefore, let Pharaoh look out a man discreet and wise, and set him over the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh do this, and let him appoint officers over the land, and take up the 5th part of the land of Egypt in the 7 plenteous years.
You're going to have to tax the people, tax a 5th part of the land. You're going to have to save that. While the years are good, you save a certain amount of that, okay, every year for those 7 years. So that when the 7 bad years of famine come, you still have something. You have some food to eat, you have food to sell by. Everybody will be able to live through the famine that way. Tough shit.
Now, therefore, let Pharaoh look out a man discreet and wise, and set him over the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh do this, and let him appoint officers over the land, and take up the 5th part of the land of Egypt in the 7 plenteous years, and let them gather all the food of those good years that come, and lay up corn under the hand of Pharaoh, and let them keep food in the cities, and that food shall be for store to the land against the 7 years of famine, which shall be in the land of Egypt, that the land perish not through the famine. And the thing was good enough.
That was a good thing.
Yeah.
That was a good warning. Let you guys know y'all about to get a famine. But if you do now after Joseph gave him the interpretation, he gave him something wise. He showed him some wise things. He said, appoint officers. Get you a wise man. He didn't say, yo, man, let me do. He didn't appoint himself.
No.
He said, find you somebody wise that can take care of this job, that can appoint people. You're going to have to appoint a chief man for this, so that when the time comes, you're good. Time sheet.
And the thing was good in the eyes of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of all his servants. And Pharaoh said unto his servant, can we find such a one as this? A man in whom the Spirit of God is?
He said, man, this guy is special.
Yeah, nobody can interpret that dream. Nobody.
He said, man, look at you guys, all y'all magicians, all you soothsayers, you spirits, hemp, what do they call that? Sage burners. People burning sage, stones, all that stuff don't mean nothing.
That's right.
Don't mean nothing. God runs this.
That's right.
He said he put his spirit, he put his spirit in Joseph. And even Pharaoh said, man, he said, can we find another? We ain't gonna be able to find another guy like this. He's valuable.
That's right.
Okay. You know why he's saying this? Because he's looking at him as the guy. You the one, because you just interpreted. Plus the Spirit of God is in you. Who else is better? Ain't nobody can match you. Right.
And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, for as much as God has showed thee all this, there is none so discreet and wise as thou art.
You are discreet. You ain't patting yourself on the back. You're not sticking out your chest. I can see you're not even trying to get that job. You don't want nothing for it.
Mm.
You gave me this good advice for free. Okay? He said, there is none so discreet. You know when to talk and when not to talk. You know that when I'm talking, it's not the time to talk over me. You know that when these guys are talking, present yourself. And yo, look, when y'all finish, I got something to say. And then you wait. You don't hop in and cut this guy off. I want to take over the whole conversation. That's not discreet. Me and you talking, but the whole house can hear us. You're talking too loud.
That's not
That's not
discreet.
discreet.
That's right.
I'm throwing subs and arrows at people. Only you know I'm talking about you, though.
That's not discreet.
Mm-hmm.
It's a certain behavior we have to rattle ourselves.
Godly man was discreet.
And he said, there is none so discreet and wise as you. You the most discreet guy I ever
Out of
met.
everybody.
And
The whole
Pharaoh,
land of Egypt.
to be the Pharaoh, to be a leader of a foreign nation, to be the leader of a heathen
That's right.
nation, you are going to have a lot of pride.
Uh-huh.
Nobody had more pride
The
than
Pharaoh.
the Pharaoh.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And he just said, man, ain't nobody more discreet than you. So guess what? Verse 40.
Thou shalt be over my house, and according unto thy word shall all my people be ruled. Only in the throne will I be greater than thou. And Pharaoh said it unto Joseph, see, I have set thee over all the land of Egypt.
He said, see, it's already a done
It's already
deal.
done.
Once
So,
I said it, it's over. Yo,
Amen now.
look, when he said it, his servants went scurrying. They let the news know. They're going to, yo, man, get Joseph this. He's the second in command. We got to get him.
nobody got mad.
Nobody got mad.
Nobody felt no
Nobody
way.
felt jealous.
No.
One of the magicians said, yo, man, I was here longer than them.
They fell in line.
They fell in line. Look. Whatever the Pharaoh said he's the guy. Well, look, the guy that he picked has to have this. And he has to have this. And he has to have this. And they went scrambling. That's why he said, see? You see what's going on? He said, it's already set in stone. You will be second in command. I have set thee over all the land of Egypt.
That's right. And Pharaoh took off his ring from his hand and put it, yeah.
You know what that means? The king take his ring off. Right now, Trump come up in here and take his ring off.
And give it to
Or no, your favorite senator or favorite president.
take his chain.
Whoever you like in the White House, whoever you agree with or whoever you voted for.
Right.
Whoever you cool with or agree with. Right? As politicians.
Mm-hmm.
They come and they say, "Here, man, ain't nobody as honorable and discreet as you. Here, hold this, man." That's a big thing right there. That's a big thing.
Mm-hmm.
By him doing that, gave him a high office. Whenever the king does that, whoever the king gives the signet to, that's why Jezebel said, "Give me thy signet."
That's right.
With that, I run it now. I can make things happen. Don't you?
And Pharaoh took off his ring from his hand and put it upon Joseph's head, and arrayed him in vestures of fine linen, and put a gold chain about his neck.
Dressed him up now. They dressed him up.
And he made him to ride in a second chariot which he had, and they cried before him.
You could say that he was the vice president of Egypt.
Right.
Put it like that.
Command, yep.
Second in command. Don't you?
Bowed the knee, and he made him ruler over all the land of Egypt. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I am Pharaoh, and without thee.
Look. Only takes one person, but now I'm not bowing the knee. He will kill you. Back then, you could not revolt. You didn't have your own opinions, right? Even in the heathen nations, whatever the rules was, you got to go along with it.
That's right.
Some shit.
And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I am Pharaoh, and without thee shall no man lift up his hand or foot in all the land of Egypt.
You know what he said? He said, I am Pharaoh. He thinks of himself, he looks at himself as a God. That's why he said that. What the Most High say? I am the Lord, right? This guy want to be like God. That's why he talked like that. He said, I am Pharaoh, and without you shall no man lift up his hand or foot in all the land. Nobody make a move in Egypt. Nobody does anything in Egypt unless it go through you. Okay? I don't no. Don't even come to me. You run that. Time sheet.
And Pharaoh called Joseph's name Zaphnath Paaneah, and he gave him to wife Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, priest of On.
Priest of On.
And
Daughter
Joseph,
of a priest of On. Okay? That's Cairo today. Cairo, Egypt. All right? And Asenath became his wife.
right.
Okay? This is a sign. These are gestures to show that this guy, he solidified him by giving him either royalty or out of the priesthood. So he solidified now. He's a big shot now. He had children with them. Whatever children they got, they're princes. All right? Time sheet.
And Joseph went out over all the land of Egypt. Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, king of Egypt. And Joseph went out.
And look at that. 17 years old, he got snatched.
13 years later,
years.
he's second in command.
He was in there for 13, but he was in there for 11 years.
Yeah.
And he met the chief butler and the chief baker. 2 years later, he's out now. 13 years in a dungeon.
Yeah.
Not jail. Not Rikers Island.
That's worse than jail.
Good. Your room, you don't have a cell. You got a room with skeleton bones in it, and rats, and water leaking.
Your bed is before.
There is no plumbing system. Yeah, he ain't taking no shower. That's why he had to get up out them garments. Time sheet.
And Joseph went out from the presence of Pharaoh and went throughout all the land of Egypt. And in the 7 plenteous years, the earth brought forth by handful.
You see that? God made the earth produce a lot more than it would usually produce for those 7 years. So to make sure that they're good. Okay, time sheet.
And he gathered up all the food of the 7 years which were in the land of Egypt, and laid up the food in the cities. The food of the field, which was round about every city, laid he up in the same. And Joseph gathered corn as the sand of the sea, very much until he left numbering, for it was without number.
After a while,
He couldn't even keep count.
It's loads. God made the earth produce loads upon loads of corn. Time sheet.
And unto Joseph were born 2 sons before the years of famine, which Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, a priest of On, bare unto him. And Joseph called the name of the firstborn Manasseh. For God said, He had made me forget all my toil and all my father's house.
See, just like you were saying earlier with the parents,
right?
They would have a child when this was going on in their life. Okay, so he said, He had made me forget, but God made me forget my toil and all my father's house by allowing me to have this guy right here, Manasseh. That's what God did. Okay, and the name of the second called he Ephraim, for God has caused me to be fruitful. He said, now this son here, God caused me to be fruitful. I'm going to name him Ephraim because God did this for me. Okay? Time sheet.
And the name of the second called he Ephraim. For God had caused me to be fruitful in the land of my affliction.
He said, God has caused me to be fruitful in the land of my affliction. The same land where I was locked up. I went through this. I went through that. In this same land, Egypt, now I'm good. God has favored me with the people. He said, and I'm fruitful. We have food. Time sheet.
And the 7 years of plenteous that was in the land of Egypt were ended, and the 7 years of dearth began to come, according as Joseph had said, and the dearth was in all the land. But in all the land of Egypt there was bread. And when all the land of Egypt was famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for bread. And Pharaoh said unto all
the Egyptians,
go unto Joseph. What he said to you, do.
See it? You come crying to
Don't
Joseph.
come to me. Go to
Joseph
Joseph.
said, don't go to me. Go to him. He's in charge of that. He's going to take care of that.
That's right.
All right? And there's millions of people, nations. When they say the people, it's not just the Egyptians. It's nations. There's no food growing nowhere. Okay? Time sheet.
And the famine was over all the face of the earth. And Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold unto the Egyptians. And the famine waxed sore in the land of Egypt. And all countries came into Egypt to Joseph for to buy corn, because that the famine was so sore in all the land. Chapter 42. Now when Jacob saw that there was corn in Egypt.
Okay, Jacob, he back in Canaan land. There's no corn there. There's nothing growing there. Nothing growing in Israel. You hear say, you get the word. Yo, man, there's corn in Egypt. Egypt got corn for sale. Okay? Everybody's going there. People are traveling there. So what Jacob say?
Jacob said unto his sons, why do you look one upon another?
Why y'all sitting here looking looking stupid? Like y'all don't know what to do. You heard corn is out there. Get ready and go up and get the corn, man. I gotta tell you everything. I shouldn't have to think for you all the time. That's why he's on the way you looking on each other. He said, behold, I have heard that there is corn in Egypt. Get you down thither and buy for us from thence, that we may live and not die. Verse 3.
And Joseph's 10 brothers went down to buy corn in Egypt. But Benjamin, Joseph's brother, Jacob sent not with his brethren. For he said, lest peradventure mischief befall.
He said, man, I'm not sending this guy out. Like I sent Joseph out. I sent Joseph out, and mischief befell him.
I learned my lesson.
He said, I learned my lesson. I'm not sending you out. You stay here. Let your brothers go. Whatever they get into, if they be getting into stuff, I don't want you getting into it. You stay here. Top sheet.
And the sons of Israel came to buy corn among those that came. For the famine was in the land of Canaan. And Joseph was the governor over the land. And he it was that sold to all the people of the land. And Joseph's brethren came and bowed down themselves before him with their faces to the earth.
See that? One day, a group of men walk up, and he recognized them. They the only ones dressed like this. He's dressed different now. He looks different now. He's dressed like an Egyptian. Okay? So he looks different. They don't recognize him because he looks like the people. So once you look like the people, that's who you are. Okay? So when they seen them, they said, hey, that's the governor there. They went, what they did? They bowed. What was his dream? Remember his dream? Remember what they hated him for? God caused it to come true. Right. Now they had to go and bow to him, not knowing that's their brother. All right? Tell sheep.
And Joseph saw his brethren, and he knew them, but made himself strange unto them.
He kept himself under the disguise. He didn't say, hey man, it's me, your brother, man. Look, it's me, man. And start speaking Hebrew to him. He's speaking Egyptian. Okay, they're the ones that speak Hebrew. Tell sheep.
And spake roughly unto them.
He spake roughly unto them.
And he said unto them, whence come ye? And they said, from the land of Canaan to buy food. And Joseph knew his brethren.
He started questioning them. These guys come, everybody else get their corn, they go about their business. You look at them and say, man, where y'all come from, man? He said, man, wait right there. He said, take care of these guys right here. You guys wait right there. He said, damn, man, he's talking so rough. Why are you talking away? He talk cool to everybody, and then when it come to us, he talk rough to us. Tom sheep.
And Joseph knew his brethren, but they knew not him. And Joseph remembered the dreams which he dreamed of them, and said unto them, ye are spies. To see the nakedness of the land ye are come.
So he said, man, I remember the dreams I had. Now they bowing down to me just like my dream. He said, all right, I'm going to give them a hard time. That's what he's doing. He's giving them a hard time. He could have easily gave them a corner and let them go. But look, remember this, that's his brothers. He don't hate them. He hasn't seen them in years. He ain't going to let them just buy corn and go like that. Okay? So it's not like, oh, I'm paying them back for what they did. No, it wasn't that. It wasn't that. He got a plan what he's going to do now. And it's going to be a little rough on you. He's going to make it a little hard on them. That's all. Make them think about themselves. Put them in a position where they bethink themselves. Okay? Sometimes we got to get in a position where God got to put you in so you could bethink yourself. Okay? Say, man, you know what? I got to stop. I got to start. I shouldn't have did that. I was wrong. I shouldn't have sided with that. This is how you bethink yourself. Time sheet.
And they said unto him, not, nay, my Lord, but to buy food or thy servants come.
It's very easy to be branded a spy back then.
Mm-hmm.
If you are a stranger, be cool. See, the stranger walk light. The stranger ain't got too much to say. I'm not from this house, but I stay here with y'all, right? You ain't gonna see or hear too much of me. If I gotta get on the phone and yell at somebody, I'm gonna go outside. I'm not gonna do that in your house. That's how you make me sleep. This is not my domain. I've been welcomed here. So I'm gonna act like
accordingly.
I'm gonna act like like I was welcomed here. I have to show that appreciation.
Right.
If you go like this to me, I gotta say, man, no, you ain't gotta do. It gotta be a back and forth thing now. My generosity, your appreciation.
That's right.
That's how it go.
That's right. That's right.
He said, man, no, man, come on, man, stand another night. He said, nah, man, I don't want to inconvenience you again. You know what I'm saying? Taking us place. He said, nah, don't worry about that. That's too good. That's two good-hearted men right there.
That's right.
Thinking of the other. We're both thinking of each other. So one of us got to give in. Right or wrong?
That's right.
Okay. Tell me.
We are all one man's sons.
He said, man, you are spies to see the nakedness of the land y'all come. See, we don't have too much here growing. Y'all came to see how weak we are. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all came to see the nakedness and see how we spy us out. So you could go, it's called scout. They came, did recon. Go to the enemy's land, find information, and take it back. That's what God did with the spies. Set them out there. But they came back with an evil report. They came back and lied. They didn't tell the truth what God said. Time sheet.
We are all one man's sons.
He said, we are all one man's son.
We are true men. Thy servants are no spies.
He said, we are true men.
We are true men.
We are true men. We deal with the truth.
That's right.
We only listen to the truth. I only speak the truth. I only deal with the truth. Okay? Somebody tell me something, I have to find out the truth of it first before I go jumping on that or accusing or whatever. Some shit.
And he said unto them, nay, but to see the nakedness of the land ye are come.
So remember, he's giving them a hard time. He said, nah, man, you guys are spies. Some shit.
And they said, thy servants are 12 brethren.
So they got to prove to this. They don't have ID.
No.
There's no computer to check. There's no fingerprints.
No.
There's no phone call to make. You got to prove to this guy that you're not a spy, or else that's your life. Y'all ain't never going home again. So they gonna come out truthfully. They said, well, look, you tell them the whole story here. He said, thy servants. You see what they say? They call themselves automatic. They just say, look, man, I'm your servant, man. Thy servant. The pride wasn't there. He said, thy servants are 12 brethren. He said, we were 12 brothers. Okay? The sons of one man in the land of Canaan. And behold, the youngest is this day with our father, and one is not. Talking about him.
Talking about him. That's right.
You're talking about the youngest is Benjamin. We're here, he said, and one is in here. You know what that means?
Yeah.
Gone. It's not here.
They have no idea.
Right? They don't even know that's who they talking to. You see how God do things, man? Time sheet.
And Joseph said unto them, that is it that I spake unto you, saying, ye are spies.
He said, man, I'm not trying to hear that, man. You guys are spies. Time sheet.
Hereby ye shall be proved. By the life of Pharaoh, you shall not go forth hence, except your youngest brother come hither.
All right, you mentioned a younger brother, right? All right, y'all gotta go bring him in. The rest of y'all gonna stay here. That's gonna prove to me. I want to see my brother.
You want to see him.
I want to see my brother. I want to see my little brother, man. I miss my brother, man. Word, man. Shit, I miss my brother, man. Time sheet.
Send one of you and let him fetch your brother, and you shall be kept in prison, that your words may be proved.
You guys gonna go to prison and wait. Pick one of y'all, choose one of y'all. Only one of y'all can go back.
Yeah.
That's stress. That's pressing stress. We all go out, get bagged up. You gotta go back home and bring your other brother in. Wow. Yeah. Jacob already lost one man. He gonna lose all at one time. taking losses in life is heavy thing to deal with. He gonna do it.
Yeah.
Some shit.
Whether there be any truth in you, or else by the life of Pharaoh surely you are spies.
Some shit.
And he put them all together into ward 3 days. And Joseph said unto them the third day, this do, and live, for I fear God. If ye be true men, let one of your brethren be bound in the house of your prison. Go ye, carry corn for the famine of your house.
So he said 3 days they were sitting in there. So he came to them now. He's shaking them up. He said, this is what I want you to do. He said, well, I fear God. You heard what Joseph said?
Mm-hmm.
They don't know that's their brother.
That's right.
But he just said, this do and live. In other words, I'm going to give you a chance. I'm going to give you some mercy. I'm going to give you a little rope because I fear God.
Right.
Because I fear God, I'm going to ease up right here. I was hard over here. I'm going to ease up over here because I fear God. Fearing God going to make you be easy. Time shit. He said, Joseph said unto them the third day, this do and live, for I fear God. If ye be true men, if you guys are true men, if you guys really deal with the truth, let one of your brethren be bound in the house of your prison. All right? One got to stay. The rest go. Go ye, carry corn for the famine of your houses. He said, and take corn and go back home and take corn. I ain't going to let you go back empty. Time sheet, verse 20.
But bring your youngest brother unto me.
He said, well, bring your youngest brother. I want to see him so that your words be verified.
And you shall not die.
You
So.
ever joined a website or subscribe to something and then it says, click this in order to verify your email? Okay? You want to know if that's really you. People be scamming. People, oh, that's his email. They'll do something with your email that you didn't do. Same thing here. Your words sometimes have to be verified. Don't come thinking that I'm going to believe everything you say. I'm going to have to check it out. Especially when you're pointing the finger at somebody. I got to make sure what you're telling me is the truth. So give me a minute and let me question matters. And don't make the investigation tedious.
Right.
Because if you're not playing ball with the investigation, you're looking guilty. If you start avoiding it, you give me a hard time. This guy, he's answering all the questions truthfully. You're not. You got an attitude and everything. Okay, you're looking guilty, brother. He said, but bring your youngest brother unto me, so shall your words be verified, and ye shall not die. He's shaking them up bad. He said, because if you lie, you're going to die. And ye shall not die, and they did so. And they said one to another, we are verily guilty concerning our brother. See that? This happened years and years
ago. Over 10 years ago.
They didn't forget.
And they
didn't forget the wrong that they did.
They still felt guilt about what they did.
Guilt. And they said, damn, this stuff just had this weird stuff happening. See? All of a sudden, this guy accusing me of something that I ain't do.
Did they or did they not live throughout their life with a guilty conscience? The godly does that. David, the 12 sons.
We are verily guilty concerning the matter what we did to our brother.
So we should.
And then how we went and lied to our father on top of it. And we got our father thinking his son is dead for all these years. He said, now that's why we paying for this.
All the godly men.
They didn't say, yo, man, it's your fault. It's your fault. Nah, man. That's how they was. Guilty conscience. That's why I said these guys are good, man. They didn't sin, man.
That's right. They good.
These are the examples to follow.
Good, man.
All right. It said, and that he said, we are verily guilty concerning our brothers, and that we saw the anguish of his soul. We saw the disappointment. Like, yo, why y'all doing this to me, man?
Yes.
Y'all my brothers.
Yes.
He said, and we didn't care. We didn't have a heart.
They didn't have a heart.
And we were wrong for that.
Yeah.
I was wrong when I killed my brother like that. And I didn't have a heart. I didn't hear him out.
It was guilty.
It was guilty. And they took that.
No.
You know why? You know why? Because this weird stuff happened.
That's right.
Weird stuff don't happen to servants of God.
That's right.
Definite things happen. Righteous things happen. This is not good. That's why. We still guilty concerning this.
That's right.
He said, and that we saw the anguish of his soul when he besought us, when he cried out to us, when he begged us not to do it.
Don't do me like that.
When he said, come on, man, come on, y'all gonna do that to me? Come on, don't do me like that. He said, therefore is distress. We call it stress today. Distress. The word stress is in there. He said, now this is why we're stressed. That's why stressful things is coming upon us. So they're telling us this is how God operates. And this is how we should operate.
That's right.
By the way they think is our example.
That's right.
22, verse 22.
And Reuben answered them, saying, spake I not unto you, saying,
hey,
do not sin against the child?
Look. Sometimes the oldest guy say, hey, man, I told you, man.
Tell you don't sin against
I told you let's not do this, man. Y'all dudes ain't listen, man.
The oldest one.
Sometimes you gotta listen to your brother, man. Listen to you. Listen to you. There's times you gotta listen. I see something you don't.
That's right.
I heard something you don't. I see the outcome that you don't see. Hearken to wisdom. He says, spake not I unto you, saying, do not sin against the child. The child, he wasn't good as a child, man. He said, and you would not hear, you wouldn't listen. That's our problem. We get spoke to, we get told things, we read the book, we get told the rules of everything, we don't listen. We're the most hard-headed people on this planet. God, the Most High God said the people serve their idols better than we serve him. We should be ashamed of ourselves. Yeah, it's not proud to be out of the state that we're in. We're supposed to be close to God. We're supposed to be able to inquire of God. We can't. So now you got to buckle yourself up. And being that we don't know all the ways and how, right? What we do know, we got to buckle down and keep that.
That's right.
He said, therefore, behold, also his blood is required. He said, yo, man, we got to pay. We're going to pay for his blood, baby. We are going to pay for his blood. We had no business doing that.
That's right.
I told y'all to listen, man. There's always going to be one that say, I don't think we should do that. And guess what? The one that say, I don't think we should do it, that's the one you got to listen to.
That's right.
That's the one you got to listen to. Everybody else is too upset for wisdom to come to you. When you upset in the rage, wisdom ain't coming to you.
That's right.
If you try to keep a calm head, yes, stress and anger and all that, but you keep it at a certain limit, you will be able, wisdom, if you perform the law, wisdom will be able to come to you. But even when you perform the law and you in anger, you will sin in your anger.
That's right.
Why? Because you blocking sin from coming to you with the rage of my emotion. And I'm right about this, right? But I'm so uptight about it, I can't see that I'm doing wrong now, or I'm about to sin.
And they knew not that Joseph understood them, for he spake unto them by an interpreter.
An interpreter, he's speaking in Egyptian language. They're speaking in Hebrew. He got an interpreter.
Right.
They ain't huddling. They figure, hey, don't nobody here know Hebrew. So they turn around and start talking to each other in Hebrew. They said, oh, listen in Hebrew. And Joseph's sitting there listening. He understood every word. But they don't know that he understood. Look. He acting like he needs the interpreter, but he don't need the interpreter.
And he turned himself about from them and wept.
He had to go away from them. Listen, man. And look what they said. They feel sorry for what they did to me. They feel sorry for what they did to me, man.
And he accepted right there.
And that's what made him cry.
Right then and there, he accepted.
That's what made him cry. He said, oh, man. Everything's so, man. Esau said, man, I ain't thinking about that, man.
That's right.
Man, come on, man. I'm happy to see you.
That's right.
It's been time. Man, forget that. We grew up together in the same house, under the same roof. That wound healed it a long time ago. Man, they ain't gonna worry about that. Man. Well, come on, man. I still feel bad about what I did. Don't worry about it, man. That's how we're supposed to go on both sides.
Yeah.
Right or wrong?
Yeah.
But it don't go like that, man. I'm trying to say sorry to you. You don't want to hear that. And then you won't talk to me for 10 years behind this. Come on now. It's over with. Some shit.
And returned to them again, and communed with them, and took from them Simeon, and bound them before their eyes.
Now remember, he told them to choose a brother, right?
Right.
But this time he said, I'm choosing. And he grabbed up Simeon. Hothead. One of the hotheads. Yeah, some shit.
Joseph commanded to fill their sacks of corn, and to restore every man's money into a sack, and to give them provision for the way.
The money that they was going to use to buy the corn, he took the money and put it back in their sacks. Okay? He didn't let his brothers pay for that. Yeah, he could do that. He ain't stealing. He's in charge of it.
That's right.
This is the Pharaoh said, you do what you want. All right, so I could give my man one. Yeah, I'm not stealing it. I'm in charge of this. But if I'm not the boss and I'm on a job, I can't. I do this. If I let the boss see me taking this, he gonna get mad. He gonna fire me. Why? Because it's not mine. I'm stealing. So you can't be on the job stealing. I know a lot of people got good jobs, damn good jobs. And they're around good stuff, and they bring home stuff every day, but the job don't know. Yeah, the boss don't know. You skim off the top. We can't be that way. That's not just. That's not being true. That's not being true or honest. Tell she.
And they laid their ass with the corn, and departed thence. And as one of them opened his sack to give his ass provender in the end, he espied his money. For behold, it was in the sack mouth.
They stopped. They left. They said, okay, man, let me stop so I can feed my animal. When he opened up the sack, he looked to see his money in there. The same money that he was looking for. All of them had what sacks. So he said, man, what is my money? The money ain't supposed to be here. They don't know that Joseph did that. Tell you.
And he said unto his brethren, my money is restored, and lo, it is even in my sack. And their heart failed them.
Their heart failed them. I mean, look at that. Their heart failed them. He said their heart failed them. He said they got afraid. Okay? I want to get the true meaning of what it said. Their heart failed.
Why they cared?
Okay?
They cared to do. Was that Genesis
42,
verse
28. He said, and lo, it is even in my sack, and their heart failed them, and they were afraid. They got afraid. Because I just paid for this with this money. What is my money doing with my sack? This guy already think we spies. Oh, boy. Catch Simeon. We got to go back. This is not good. Okay? He said, what is this that God had done unto us? He said, God, see how they acknowledge? He said, God put us in this predicament. Because we don't look like true men right there. We're telling them we're true men, but everything that's going on is not true. Okay? God's doing this to us. He said, and they came unto Jacob their father, unto the land of Canaan, and told him all that befell unto them, saying, the man who is the Lord of the land spake roughly to us, took us for spies of the country. And we said unto him, we are true men, we are no spies. We be 12, right?
Yeah.
What that mean?
Their heart failed them. The Hebrew word for fail, it's wayetzeh. Wayetzeh, the root word is yatzah. It means to go out, to come out, to go forth, to depart.
Their heart departed from them.
Right.
And then they died. Their heart skipped a beat. You know, suddenly, this thing, oh boy, damn near fainted.
Right.
That's what happened. Because this, oh man, super stress. He said, they came unto Jacob their father unto the land of Canaan, and told him all that befell unto them, saying, the man who was the Lord of the land spake roughly to us and took us for spies of the country. And we said unto him, we are true men, we are no spies. We be 12 brethren. They're telling their father the conversation that they have. We be 12 brethren, sons of our father. One is not, and the youngest is this day with our father in the land of Canaan. And the man, the Lord of the country, said unto us, Hereby shall I know that ye are true men. Leave one of your brethren here with me, and take food for the famine of your households. Be gone. And bring your youngest brother unto me. Then shall I know that ye are no spies, that ye are true men. So will I deliver you your brother, and ye shall traffic in the land. And it came to pass, as they emptied their sacks, that behold, every man's bundle of money was in the sack. And when both they and their father saw the bundles of money, they were afraid. Okay, now they opened all the sacks and seen every sack got money in it. But before it was just one man. Now it was, they said, man, nah, something's wrong. Somebody put this here, but it wasn't us. It wasn't me. I didn't put it here. But somebody did it. They didn't walk over here by itself.
Right.
Okay? He said, Jacob.
And Jacob, their father, said unto them, Me have ye bereaved of my children.
You guys took my children from me. You're robbing me of my children. I'm going to lose all my children because of you guys. I'm going to lose all of y'all with this situation going on. He said, Joseph is not. You see, now this is distress talk. He said, Joseph is not here no more. Simeon ain't here.
Now Simeon gone.
And now you want to take Benjamin away. He said, man, all these things are against me. He said, all this situation, all this is against me. He said, because this requires my sons to be gone.
I'm the one feeling.
I'm the one that's going to feel it the most.
And Reuben spake unto his father, saying, Slay my two sons, if I bring him not to thee. Deliver him into my hand, and I will bring him to thee again.
He said, slay my two sons if I bring them not to thee. He said, man, you see my two sons? In other words, I'm bringing them back. I'm bringing them back. Look, you don't believe me? If I don't come back with him, you can slay my two sons. He's not going to look. But he's not going to let that happen. That means I'm coming back with him.
Sure.
Okay? He said, look, man, we going there, right? Look, we going in there together. We either coming out dead together or we coming out alive together.
We got to bring this guy back.
We got to bring him back. We going and we coming back. This is a surety. I'm not saying that they didn't get down like that. But okay, well, nah, I'm coming back. He said, if I bring him not to thee, deliver him into my hand, and I will bring him to thee again. He said, make me be responsible. Deliver Benjamin to me. I'm going to take him there, and I'm making sure he come back. He said, my son shall not go down with you. He said, my son ain't going nowhere with you. Okay? He said, for his brother is dead, and he is left alone. If mischief befall him by the way in which he go, then shall ye bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. He said, my old self, he's old and gray-headed. He said, I'm going to die that way, in sorrow. I'm going to the grave like that. Tell me.
Genesis chapter 43. And the famine was sore in the land. And it came to pass when they had eaten up the corn which they had brought out of Egypt, their father said unto them, Go again, buy us a little food. And Judah spake unto them.
They didn't go directly back. Why? He said, I am not sending my son with you. So they can't go. The only way they could go back is they got Benjamin with them. So now they're just sitting around again. Jacob said, yo, man, go back again. I got to go down there and buy some more food. Be out. And Judah spake unto him, saying, the man did solemnly protest unto us. He was solemn, means serious. He was very serious and specific. If we don't come back with Benjamin, we don't come back at all. He said, the man did solemnly protest unto us, saying, you shall not see my face, except your brother be with you. If thou wilt send our brother with us, we will go down and buy thee food. But if thou wilt not send him, we will not go down. For the man said unto us, ye shall not see my face, except your brother be with you. And Israel said, wherefore dealt ye so ill with me? He said, why y'all deal so messed up with me? As to tell the man whether he had yet a brother. Why did you reveal that information? Why did you have to tell him he had a brother? Why couldn't y'all just say, yo, we all come from one man? Why did you have to tell him the extra information? Sometimes it's not good to tell people things that they didn't ask. But these men are so truthful. They said they're true men, right?
Right.
I'm going to tell you the whole story from beginning to end. Achior said, I'm not going to lie to you about these people. I'm going to tell you the straight truth, whether you like it or not. And I'm going to start from the beginning. And I'm not going to miss a detail.
Mhm.
That's a true person. That's an honest person. That's speaking the truth. Touch you.
And they said, the man asked us straightly of our state.
You know what they said now? He said, well, Abba, he was straight up with us. We had to be straight up with him. Okay? He was shooting straight with us. And we already calling us spies. We couldn't tell nothing. We couldn't seem to be a liar in his face. He asked us straightly of our state and of our kindred, saying, is your father? You know, see, he was asking questions. Joseph was asking questions. He's like, yo, so the old man that you spoke about, is he still alive? You want to know if his father alive. He said, yo, he was asking, is your father alive? Have you another brother? He was asking about you and Benjamin a lot.
Yeah.
So he really wants to see this guy. We don't get no corn unless this go down. He said, could we certainly, he said, and we told him according to the tenor of these words. We gave him an answer according to his question. We didn't evade. You know, people evade questions. Did you touch it? Oh, I was sitting over there. Listen, man, did you touch it? It's a yes or no answer. Did you touch it? Okay? He said, and we told him according to the tenor of these words. He said, could we certainly know that he would say, bring your brother down? He said, we didn't know he was going to say that. I wouldn't have mentioned it, but I was being truthful in it. But men are truthful in this book. They don't hide things. So that's what they was telling. They said we was being truthful. The guy was being straight up with us. We was being truthful with him. Touch.
And Judah said unto Israel, his father, send the lad with me, and we will arise and go, that we may live and not die, both we and thou, as also our little ones.
In other words, we have no choice. Either way, we're gonna die.
That's
We
right.
stay here and don't go, we're gonna die. We at least try. We have no option. It's the only way we're gonna get food. You know, our money's no good. We still got a problem with this money. We gotta go back there and explain how we got this money in the Saxton. But we gotta go back up. Tell you.
I will be surety for him. Of my hand shalt thou require him. If I bring him not unto thee, and set him before thee, then let me bear the blame forever.
He said, okay, it's on me. I would take responsibility. You ain't got to kill nobody. You ain't got whatever you decide, how if you want to be mad with me, you want to cast me, whatever, I will take that. I will take the responsibility if you don't go. And that's a man of honor right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I said, let Judah go first. Let him go. He got the right idea. Thompson.
For except we had lingered, surely now we have returned this second time.
He said, we stayed back. We didn't go back. We lingered. We stayed for a long time. Because you'd have left, you'd have let us take them, we'd have been coming back already for a second time with food. We'd have had food right now. He said, and their father Israel said unto them, if it must be so, now do this. He made, well, it's like I ain't got no choice. He said, all right, man, do it. He said, but look, take the best fruits in the land in your vessels and carry down the man a present. Don't go empty-handed. Don't go empty-handed. Speaking roughly to you guys, you got a problem going on. You want to show some appreciation that you in his presence. He said, a little balm, a little honey, spices, myrrh, nuts, and almonds. He said, and take double money in your hand. Double up the money. Whatever the price is, take double that money. He said, and the money that was brought again in the mouth of your sacks, carry it again in your hand. Peradventure was an oversight. Sometimes it is an oversight. I counted it wrong. I thought I had 10 years. Okay? I thought it was in the room, but it was in here. It's an oversight. Oh, it sounded like you said, no, I didn't say that. I said this. So we clarify things to each other. It's our communication. And sometimes things is an oversight. Sometimes you just didn't, nobody caught it. You can't get mad for that. Sometimes it's just that way, right? He said maybe it was an oversight. Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe somebody made an error to just take the money back. He said, take also your brother and arise and go unto the man. And God Almighty give you mercy before the man. See who said Jacob is saying this. Jacob is saying this, and it's going to go down. Not knowing that the man is his son. He said that he may send away your other brother and Benjamin. If I be bereaved of my children, I am bereaved. He's giving up. He said, look, my children get snatched, so be it. Bless the name of the Lord. That's it. You can't do nothing else. God's decision. He said, and the men took that present, and they took double money in their hand, and Benjamin and rose up and went down to Egypt and stood before Joseph. And when Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the ruler of the house, bring these men home. They were still supposed to be there by a corner leave. Once he saw his little brother, he said, oh, yo, he's still against you. Bring them to my house. Bring these home and slay. Meaning, get some animals, get some goats, slay some goats. We're going to have a feast. He said, and make ready, for these men shall dine with me at noon. And the man did as Joseph bade. And the man brought the men into Joseph's house. And the men were afraid because they were brought into Joseph's house. They said, man, now we brought in his house. He may kill us personally. They was afraid. They didn't know what to expect. He said, and they said, because of the money that was returned in our sacks at the first time we brought in. He said, man, we brought this here because of that money. He said that he may seek occasion against us and fall upon us and take us for bondmen and our asses. And they came near to the steward of Joseph's house, and they communed with him at the door of the house and said, oh, sir, we came indeed down at the first time to buy food. And it came to pass when we came to the inn that we opened our sacks, and behold, every man's money was in the mouth of the sack, all money full in weight. And we have brought it again in our hand. Look. We didn't keep the money. We seen that our money was that what we spent with you was still in the sack. So we brought it back. And the other money have we brought down in our hands to buy food. Now this money here, we brought more money to buy food with. This is your money. That's not ours. We paid for that already. He said, we cannot tell who put our money in our sacks. And they're being true. He said, right now, we don't know how that money got in our sacks. Okay? And he said, peace be to you. Fear not. Your God and the God of your father have given you treasure in your sacks. I had your money. And he brought Simeon out to him. He just told him, he said, I was the one that did that. Don't worry about it. Don't get scared. I did that. I was the one that put that in. And come on, Simeon. Run Simeon now. And the man
brought the men into Joseph's house and gave them water. And they washed their feet, and he gave their asses provender. And they made ready the present against Joseph came at noon. But they heard that they should eat bread there. And when Joseph came home, they brought him the presents, which was in their house, in their hand, into the house, and bowed themselves to him to the earth. And he asked them of their welfare and said, is your father well? The old man of whom he spake, is he yet alive?
He asked him about it's Jacob. He said, the old man that you spoke about, is he good? Is he well? He said, is he still alive? He's still good? He said, they answered,
thy servant, our father, is in good health. He is yet alive. And they bowed down their heads and made obeisance. And he lifted up his eyes and saw his brother, Benjamin, his mother's son, and said, is this your younger brother, of whom ye spake unto me?
Rachel's two sons, Benjamin and Joseph.
And he said, God be gracious unto thee, my son. And Joseph made haste, for his bowels did yearn upon his brother.
Man, the guy told his stomach. He couldn't hold it back, man. He said he had to find somewhere to go cry. He didn't want them to see him. He didn't want nobody to see him crying. His servants, nobody, because it'll blow his cover. He couldn't hold it. He had to get up and go inside and get it out.
And he saw where the wheat. And he entered into his chamber and wept there. And he washed his face and went out and refrained himself and set bread and set on bread.
Got back regular composure, got his composure back. Okay, I'm good. He went back out and they set bread.
And they set on for him by himself, and for them by themselves.
They didn't eat at the same table. He didn't eat at the same table with brothers. Okay, but we're going to see why.
And for the Egyptians, which did eat with him by themselves, because the Egyptians might not eat bread with the Hebrews, But that is an abomination unto the Hebrews, unto the Egyptians.
I can't explain that. Their abomination is to sit and eat with us. Ain't that something?
Yeah.
Ain't that something? So why are we sit in restaurants and eat with them? Why we go to movie theaters and eat with them? Why we go to amusement parks? Why we go to clubs? Think about it. They don't want to even sit and eat with us. What you doing partying with them? What you doing having fun with them? I don't want, we ain't going to no Walt Disney. Mickey Mouse is not real. It's a cartoon character. If he was real, he'd be dead by now. How long that cartoon been out? Before our parents were born. Just think about it. Their abomination is to sit with us. God tell us what our abominations is. We don't follow that. Something to think about, right? Tom Sheep.
And they sat before him, the firstborn according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his youth. And the men marveled one at another, and he took and sent messages unto them from before him.
They all sat in order of who was born, from the oldest to the youngest. Okay? Tom Sheep.
But Benjamin's mess was 5 times so much as any of theirs.
He hit Benjamin more than everybody. Whatever he gave his brothers, Benjamin got more. Tom Sheep.
Chapter 44. And he commanded the steward of his house, saying, fill the men's sacks with food, as much as they can carry, and put every man's money in his sack's mouth.
Take all that money and put it back and fill all their sacks as much as they can carry.
And put my cup, the silver cup, in the sack's mouth for the youngest, and his corn money. And he did according to the word that Joseph had spoken.
They don't know this is going on. He said, we'll all the money back. He said, see my silver cup? They drunk out of gold and silver cups. Okay, not plastic like we do today. Royalty. He said, look, take this cup and put it in the sack of the youngest one, which is Benjamin. Put my cup in there. And he did that.
As soon as the morning was light, the men were sent away, they and their asses. And when they were gone out of the city, and not yet far off, Joseph said unto his steward, Up, follow after the men. And when thou dost overtake them, say unto them, Wherefore have ye rewarded evil for good?
You learn as you read about these people that it is not good to reward evil for good. Just like that. How would they be doing this? We're gonna read it right now, Tom Sheep.
Is not this it in which my Lord drinketh, and whereby indeed he divineth? Ye have done evil in so doing.
And please don't read this verse and think that Joseph was divining.
Oh.
This is an act. He told this man what to say. He told him, wait, let them get a certain couple of miles, let them get 5 miles out, then run after them, run down on them, and when you find the cup, tell them this. He said, yo, man, it's part of the act. He said, is it not in which my Lord drinketh, and whereby indeed he divineth? Because the Egyptians used divination. Okay? That doesn't mean Joseph did that. He said, ye have done evil in doing so.
And he overtook them, and he spake unto them these same words. And they said unto him, Wherefore saith my Lord these words? God forbid that thy servant should do according to this thing. Behold, the money which we found in our sack's mouth, we brought again unto thee out of the land of Canaan. How then should we steal out of the Lord's house, silver or gold?
He said, man, we don't steal, man. How then should we steal?
Gave back the money.
He said, you gave us back the money, man.
So you think we're gonna take a cup?
You're not gonna do that, man. We don't get down like that, man. He said, with whosoever of thy servants if be found, both let him die. He said, whoever you find it amongst us, kill him. And I can speak for him, and he can speak for me, and he can speak for him, because they don't know what Joseph did.
And we also would be my Lord's bondmen.
He said, after you kill him, we will stay here and be your slaves.
And he said, now also let it be according unto your words. He with whom it is found shall be my servant, and he shall be blameless. Then they speedily took down every man his sack to the ground, and opened every man his sack. And he searched, and began at the eldest, and left at the youngest. And the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. Then they rent their clothes and laid it, every man his ass, and returned to the city. And Judah and his brethren came to Joseph's house, for he was yet there. And they fell before him on the ground. And Joseph said unto them, what deed is this that ye have done? What ye not that such a man as I can certainly divine?
He said, he said, look, you don't know I do magic. I knew what y'all was doing. I found out through magic and divination what y'all was doing. But he's just telling them that. He put it in there. He ain't buying that now. He don't want to put it in there. Tom shit.
And Judah said, what shall we say unto my Lord? What shall we speak? Or how shall we clear ourselves?
You know what he's saying? He said, man, I don't know what to say to clear myself.
I'm
what
wrong.
can I do?
I ain't got nothing to say.
I ain't got nothing to say, man. He said, God had found out the iniquity of thy servants.
Mm-hmm.
You know what they do? They said, look, man, we can't explain this. It's on us.
That's right.
I'm going to have to hold it down. Even though I know I didn't do it. Right? But the responsibility is on me. So I'm going to hold that down.
Right.
He said, how shall we clear ourselves? God had found out the iniquity of thy servants. Behold, we are my Lord's servants, both we and he also with whom the cup is found. So they said, look, man, I can keep saying I ain't do it, we ain't do it. The cup is there. He said, so we're your bondman, and you can take it. Come shoot.
And he said, God forbid that I should do so. But the man in whose hand the cup is found, he shall be my servant. And as for you, get you up in peace unto your father.
He said, now, whoever sack I found the cup in, that man staying here. You guys can go back to your father in peace. So keep your brother around. Come shoot.
Then Judah came near unto him and said, O my Lord, let thy servant, I pray thee, speak a word in my Lord's ears. And let not thine anger burn against thy servant, for thou art even as Pharaoh. My Lord asked his servant, saying, have ye a father or a brother? And we said unto my Lord, we have a father, an old man, and a child of his old age, a little one, and his brother is dead. And he alone is left of his mother, and his father loved him. And thou saidest unto thy servants, bring him down unto me, that I may set mine eyes upon him. And we said unto my Lord, the lad cannot leave his father, for if he should leave his father would die.
He has a bond with that boy. So you can have a bond. God, he said, look, man, but he lost one. This is my youngest. I got to keep him close. He said, well, you told us to go and get him. You said unto my Lord, the lad cannot leave his father. He said, well, if he leave his father would die. I know somebody, man, friend of mine, my father died. And he lived with his mother. It was just him and his mother. Not even 90 days later, mother died.
2 weeks. 2 weeks. No, 3 weeks.
3 weeks later. The next month. See how quick that was? Heartbroken. Born, lost. And we'll take you out of here. I know a lot of people that happened to it, man. They couldn't get over it, man. Ever since this guy died, he's never been the same. And that's what was happening. He said, yo, man, if he leave this one is not around him, he might as well be dead. He gonna die, man. Come shoot.
Thou saidest unto thy servant, except your youngest brother come down with you, ye shall see my face no more. And it came to pass when we came up unto thy servant, my father, we told him the words of my Lord. And our father said, go again, buy us a little food. And we said, you cannot go down. If our youngest brother be with us, then will we go down. For we may not see the man's face, except our youngest brother.
Okay, what he's doing is reiterating everything that's been going on so far, so we can get this whole situation clear. You told us this, and we said to you this, and you told us to go do this and this. He's burning it down. Verse 30. Now therefore,
Verse 30.
Verse 30.
Now therefore, When I come to thy servant, my father, and the lad be not with
He
us.
said, now when I leave, I go home, my father see us. He don't see my brother. He don't see the child with us. He says, seeing his life is bound up in the lad's life. Ain't that something? That's a bond. That's a father and son bond for real. The father will be devastated. If this son, I can't deal with it, but this one got to stay close. I'm not gonna lie. Gets bent out of shape. And he can't take with so much, your old man. Tells you.
Seeing that his life is bound up in the lad's life, it shall come to pass when we see it that the lad is not with us, that he will die. And thy servant shall bring down the gray hairs of thy servant our father with sorrow to the grave. For thy servant became surety for the lad unto my father.
I took surety, I took responsibility, I gave my word. Yo, I gave my word that I was gonna do this, man. You can't do this to me, man. Because then I will seem a liar now. I promised I was bringing him back. Tom sheet.
If I bring him not unto thee, then I shall bear the blame to my father forever. Now therefore I pray thee, let thy servant abide instead of the lad, a bondman to my Lord, and let the lad go up with his brethren. For how shall I go up to my father, and the lad be not with me, lest peradventure I see the evil that shall come on my father?
He said, man, it's gonna come down on my father, man. I don't want to see that happen. So you gotta let this guy go. You gotta ease up on this. We will continue this next Shabbat. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom Aleichem.
Just a peek into the life of the patriarchs to see how they thought, how they interacted, how they communicated with each other and with outsiders. How they thought, what was sin before them? Okay, the guilty conscience that they kept. Being right, but still not patting yourself on the back about it. I'll call up the next teacher and teacher indeed, Chief Shama Ben Lewi.
First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness and possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness and possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquities of fathers upon children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eliezer, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
The ways and the customs and the traditions that God accepts, we read it in the book. We cannot continue to mix and mingle the ways and the customs of the people that we live amongst, mixing it with the custom of Israel, with the ways of Israel. We cannot continue to blend and mix these things with our culture, because now we are making our culture common,
regular.
And God did not create or come or inherit us and took us to his possession for us to be common, to be called like unto the common people. So he gave us laws, commandments, and statutes to differentiate us from the people that we live amongst. So he gave us laws, commandments, and statutes to differentiate us from the people that we live amongst. So therefore, we don't have a high priest today. We don't have prophets today to inquire of God. So therefore, the only way to learn about the ways and the customs and the things that God delights in is by reading the book. Reading the book. But we read the book and see things differently from what the book says and put our own interpretation, our own twist to what the book says. And when we do these things, being contrary to what we read in the book, you know what that's called? A hard heart. A hardened heart. People think a hard heart, you just gotta, look, a hard heart is when you go against God.
Against God. That's right.
I said a hard heart is when you go contrary from what God says. A hard heart is an emotional, cold heart. No emotions. No sympathy. No, not able to feel what you're feeling. Not able to put yourself in that person's predicament, to able to have some type of view of what this person is going through. So when I'm able to do these things, to visualize and feel what this person is going through, I will answer or give him a response accordingly. A hard heart is an emotional, cold heart, unsympathetic towards others. They don't feel empathy. They're not kind. They have no compassion. Sometimes a person with a hardened heart is hardened because this is the way they deal with their pain. Some of us has a hardened heart, a hard shell, because of past treatment, because of bitter treatment of how this person was treated before. So therefore, their heart is hardened, and it's hard for that person to let their guards down. It's hard for that person to love. Right. It's hard for that person. It becomes a defensive mechanism. It becomes a defensive mechanism. So that person hardens up and not allow themselves to love and accept. Okay? A hardened heart rejects the word of God. God, that's first. That's first. The Creator hardened Pharaoh's heart against doing the thing that was right. So if God hardened Pharaoh's heart, what makes you think God won't harden your heart? You know why God hardened our hearts against doing things that is lawful and right? Because we continue to do the things contrary. We continue to do things contrary from what we read here in the book. That's right. And because we do things contrary and opposite from what the book says, God is going to harden your heart against the commandments, the laws, the statutes, his ways. Let's go to Exodus chapter 34. All right? A hardened heart rejects the word of God and would not acknowledge their wrong and turn towards God for forgiveness and redemption. See, when your heart get hardened, you don't look to make amends. A hardened heart would not make amends. A hardened heart would not make repairs of their wrongdoings. They're not even going to acknowledge that they was wrong. Exodus chapter 34.
And the Lord said unto Moses, hew thee 2 tables of stone, like unto the first. And I will write upon these tables the words that were in the first tables, which thou breakest.
Okay. He said, and the Lord said unto Moses, hew thee 2 tables of stone like unto the first, and I will write upon these tables the words that were in the first table, which thou breakest. Why did Moses have to go up to the mountain to get a second set of tables? Because at the grounds of Mount Sinai, when Moses went up to meet God, the nation was at the grounds of Mount Sinai worshiping a golden calf, a graven image, right? A graven image is anything that is sculpted or carved out. So now, these are things that transpired or that happened way back in Egypt when they served the Egyptians 430 years. 430 years they served the Egyptians. And when they left Egypt, they left there with the mentality of Egyptians. See, one thing we need to realize, when we leave all from our past life, and the only reason why, or should be the reason why we leave all from our past, is because first you have to denounce your past. First, you have to recognize that the things that I've done in my past was wrong.
Was it right?
It wasn't right according to the standards and the curriculum of God. So therefore, I have left off from my past and I'm seeking God. I'm learning how to serve God. Okay? Go ahead. He said,
And be ready in the morning,
uh-huh.
and come up in the morning unto Mount Sinai, and present thyself there to me in the top of the mount.
Uh-huh.
And no man shall come up with thee.
So now Moses got to go get a second set of tablets. Right? He said, in the morning, in the book where, in the morning, I need you to come up to Mount Sinai, present thyself there to me in the top of the mount. Go ahead, verse 3.
And no man shall come up with thee.
Mm-hmm.
Neither let any man be seen throughout all the mount. Neither let the flocks nor herds be before that mount.
Tom sheet.
And he hewed 2 tables of stone like unto the first.
Uh-huh.
And Moses rose up early in the morning and went up unto Mount Sinai, as the Lord had commanded him, and took in his hand the 2 tables of stone.
Okay, now. Go ahead, Tom sheet. 2 tables of
Verse
stone.
5.
Verse 5.
And the Lord descended in the cloud.
And the Lord descended in the cloud. When I checked that out, he said the glory of God was inside the cloud. Huh? He said a cloud mass of theophanic, the visible manifestation of the divine presence of God. This was the same cloud that came down at the entrance of the tabernacle. And when filled up the glory of God filled up the whole tabernacle. And while the glory of God kept listen, we're talking about a people that actually witnessed a cloud come down from heaven, and the glory of God is inside the cloud, and they heard the voice of God. You hear the status of where these people was at with God, man. They heard God. Then next thing, wrath and things break out. Next thing, the cloud comes down. Everybody stop. Everybody stop, because God, the presence of God is here.
Stop everything. Everything on pause. That's right.
Next thing, they hearing the voice of God coming out of a cloud.
Champ is here.
You want to mess with something like that, man?
Yeah.
You want to mess with something like that? Yeah. This is why God said, he said, I am that I am. I will be that which I will be. Whatever form and whatever I decide to present myself, I can be that way. That's why he's God. He come to you in any form, any shape. Yeah, God is a spirit. But because he's God, he can remove his hand from your body
and allow you to see my back.
Right.
There's no manifestation of that.
Ain't no metaphor.
It says there's no metaphor in that. God caused you and allowed you to see my back
His
parts.
back part, literally.
He said, I wrote on those tablets with my finger. So you're going to tell me that God, not a pen. He said the finger of God wrote these tablets. But people say God don't have a finger. Oh, God don't have a head. He don't have a back. He don't have. What are you talking about? What's wrong with us? Let's read.
And took in his hand the 2 tables of
They
stone.
took in his hand 2 tables of stone.
And the Lord descended in the cloud.
And the Lord came down in the cloud.
And stood with him there.
Go ahead.
And proclaimed the name of the Lord.
And he proclaimed the name of the Lord. He called on the name of God. Go ahead.
And the Lord passed by before him and proclaimed,
The
Lord
God. The Lord God.
Merciful.
Merciful.
And gracious.
And gracious.
Long-suffering.
Long-suffering.
And
abundant in goodness and truth.
Oh.
These are the attributes of God. I said, these are the attributes of God. These are the attributes of God. So if God is merciful, then guess what? We need to be merciful. If God is gracious, then we need to be gracious. Because, go ahead, Tom C.
Keeping mercy.
Keeping mercy
Thousands.
for thousands.
Forgiving iniquity.
Forgiving iniquity. The Hebrew word to forgive means it means nasa. Nasa means to forgive. It means to sustain. It also means to take away. To forgive means what? To stop feeling angry or resentful towards someone for an offense. And this is look. Forgiveness brings a kind of peace that allows you to focus on yourself and take charge of your reaction. We don't like to forgive. We like to hold on to grudges. We hold on to things. And all I got to do is get angry and I repeat the same thing that happened before. Which means, which causes us not to excel. When you are not able to forgive, you can't excel. You can't excel. You can't go to that righteous level because I'm holding on to a grudge. I'm holding on to something that God said not to hold on to. He said, take your cause to your brother. It may be not so. And even if it's so, that he do so no more. That he do so no more. Yeah, I did it. I messed up, man. Don't worry. I'm never going to do that to you again. Never. So, go ahead. Forgiving what?
Forgiving iniquity and transgression.
Forgiving iniquity and transgression. Iniquity means not just. I don't know if we understand how deep the definition of iniquity means. Iniquity means not just or not equal. So anytime I'm not just in whatever matter, iniquity is able to seep in. Sin is able to creep in. So basically, we must be just in every aspect of our lives.
If you're not, that's the sin.
If I am not just, sin lies at the door. Okay? So iniquity is a Latin word meaning not just or equal, lacking moral principles, perversity, and depravity. Perversity means contrary to accepted standards. When you are contrary to the standards of God, when you are opposite to the standards of God, deliberate desire to behave in an unreasonable or acceptable way. Being deliberately contrary, doing the opposite of what God requires of us. So now, going against. What does perversion mean? Perversion is a form of human behavior which deviates from what God accepts. You hear that? We had been perverted from the day that we was born. Why? Because this was inborn corruption that was born, that's in us from the original sin, which was the time when Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Then all men and children were born with corruption in them. So God left behind a book for us to read and learn how to pattern our ways after a people that was accepted by God. Us as men, God said we need to follow after Abraham. Follow after these godly men, their ways and their customs. The woman of today, follow after Mother Sarah, Hannah, who was Elkanah's wife, Rebecca, Bilhah, Zillah, even the maidservants. Follow after these women so that God will be able, so that we can attract the attention of God to us for righteousness. So depravity means what? Innate corruption of human nature due to the original sin. Okay? Innate corruption means inborn corruption. Corruption existing within. Which means we all had corruption in us. Every last one of us in this room, the whole earth, every inhabitant of the world have corruption. But we can control those corruptions. You can control your own corruption by taking heed to what God said. I can control my corruption by taking heed to what God said. And this is why it's very important that the tapes must be ran over and over and over. How do tapes get ran over? By me putting my head in this book and reading it every day so that I can muffle the corruption that is in me. Okay? Moral corruption is what? Doing something regardless of it being right or wrong.
Okay.
That's moral corruption. So when someone comes to you and say, yo, man, I don't think that would be right. I don't think you should do this. Get out of your emotions and snap out of that zone and come to the realization that what I'm about to do is not right.
The young man said, don't crash out. He said, don't crash out.
Don't crash out, huh? Doing something regardless of it being right or wrong, according to the laws of God, for your own benefit. For your own benefit. So what is corruption? Corruption is what caused man to come out of this place with God.
That's right.
Huh? Anytime we sin presumptuously, which means we overstep our boundaries with God, we have corruption in us.
That's right.
The corruption that we have in us is what causes us to sin. That's why people sin and violate the laws and the commandments of God, because we are all corrupted.
That's right.
We're corrupted, man. To a certain extent and a certain level, each and every one of us is corrupted. This is why it's very important to be on point with yourself. Take heed to yourself. Be on guard with yourself. But in order to guard yourself, you have to guard the things that God said to guard first.
That's right.
What did God say to be on guard with? The Sabbath day. The Hebrew word for God is shamer or shamar. It means to guard, to observe. That's the word that is used for observe the Sabbath day. The Hebrew word for observing the Sabbath day is shamar. It means to guard the Sabbath day. And when you are on guard for the Sabbath day, I'm going to go in the back room and say, yo, guys, don't talk your own words. I'm going to come inside here. I say, hey, don't go washing out no dishes in here. We don't wash dishes in here. Hey, this here spilled on the floor. Don't you put that mop up. Don't you pick that mop up.
Right.
Get some paper towel, throw it on top of it, kick it to the side and leave it.
That's right.
Why? Why? Because we have to keep this thing in a way that we do not slip and violate and profane the Sabbath day. We cannot take chances.
Right.
We cannot take chances.
Right.
People take chances with their lives, taking the broom and the mop and sweeping and mopping. But you do that. We do these things on the 6 days. Why do we continue to do this on the 7th day?
Yeah.
You cannot take garbage out on the Shabbat day.
Yeah.
If you got 2 pails of garbage inside the camp, the one is full, cover it, put the cover over it. You got another pail to open. Why we can't wait until after the Shabbat day to take out that full garbage?
That's right.
We're not doing that. And we have to take this and do this towards the team.
That's right.
Tamshi, where we at?
Verse 7. Keeping mercy for thousands. Forgiving iniquity and transgression.
And sin. The Hebrew word for sin is kata. 2 different Hebrew names, 2 different Hebrew words for sin and iniquity, which gives us 2 different meanings. Okay? Iniquity has to do with your morals, moral corruption. Okay? What is sin? Sin is the breaking of the commandments of God to incur guilt upon. Moral evil, again, has to do with morals. To incur means to become subjected to something unpleasant or some type of consequences as a result of one's own actions. We understand that?
Yeah.
When you are subjected to something, I have been subjected to for this to happen or for that to happen. But none of this happened unless I have been at fault with God. Okay? Sin is the result of our own actions. So things is going to happen in our lives because of the things that we have done contrary to what God said. And this is what we got to realize. This is happening to me for my sins. I'm not going to blame nobody. I'm not going to point the finger. What I will do is check myself and acknowledge. Do some self-evaluation with myself. Okay? Moral evil is evil caused by people towards each other. Sin corrupts the mind. I say iniquity corrupts your mind. It corrupts the heart and causes us to be inclined towards the things that is evil, towards the things that is against God. It is violence and lovelessness towards other people. You hear those sinners? Violence and lovelessness. When I am not able to show you love and you are not able to show, God said, love your neighbor like you love yourself.
Okay.
It's a commandment in the book
Okay.
that we are supposed to show each other love.
Okay.
So we have to be truthful with ourselves.
That's right.
Am I truly showing my people the love that is according to what God said?
Nah.
By not showing that person no type of animosity,
That's right.
by not showing that person no cold shoulder.
That's right.
Why? For the
That's
sake
right.
of
Right.
the commandments of
That's
God.
right.
Oh, I'm walking around. I ain't got nothing to say with him.
That's
Well, is
right.
that love?
That's right.
I don't have nothing to say to you. Is that love?
Yeah. Or when that person passed, you make faces.
When the person passes, you make faces.
Make
Is that love?
Wicked.
And when we do these things, guess what? It's sin.
You're wicked.
We sin. Oh, I don't like her.
I don't like her.
I don't like her. I don't like her. So I just keep walking.
Yeah.
I ain't got nothing to say to her.
Yeah.
I just don't say nothing.
Sister ain't sin
I
on
said, you evil,
Sister
man.
ain't sin on one time.
You evil.
What she did to make.
If you have a problem, go to the person and say something.
Yo.
Don't hold these things into you, because when we hold these things in us, it turns into hatred.
Evil bad.
It's a grudge. What's wrong with us? Are we here to serve God, or are we here to serve ourselves?
That's right.
by taking heed and listening to our own emotions?
That's right.
And allowing our own emotions to take charge of us? I said sin corrupts the heart. Sin corrupts the mind and causes us to be inclined towards evil. It is violence and lovelessness towards other people and rebellion against God. Time sheet.
Visiting That will
Go
by
ahead.
no means clear the guilty.
Uh-oh, wait a minute. That right there, I really looked into that. Read that over. What verse you at?
Verse 7.
Go ahead.
Keeping mercy
Keeping
for thousands,
mercy for thousands.
forgiving
iniquity.
transgression and sin.
Transgression and sin.
And that will by no means
clear
clear the guilty.
Clear the guilty. The Hebrew word for clear is nakwe or nakwa.
Not quite.
It means to be pure. It means to be clean.
Be innocent.
It means to be innocent. You go to Psalms 24. It means to be clean, pure, or innocent. So if we continue to remain guilty before God, we will never be clean. There's no way we can be clean being guilty before God. There's no way we can be pure or have a pure heart or a clean heart being guilty before God.
Okay, got you.
So there's steps and stages to have a pure heart with God.
Got you.
I got to stop being guilty.
Got you.
What is guilt? Guilt is when it's an emotion, it's an emotion that stirs up within you for your wrongdoings. Some of us don't feel guilt,
No regret.
No remorse.
no regret,
Remorse.
no remorse for the wrong that they have done. Read Psalms chapter 24. We're going to learn what is a clean. Go ahead, read.
The earth is the Lord,
The earth is God.
and all its fullness.
The
The world
world.
of those who dwell therein.
The earth is the Lord, and go ahead.
For he hath founded it upon the seas.
We have founded it upon the seas. You know what that means? For God to have founded it upon the seas. It means, so the Hebrew word, when it says he have founded it upon the seas, right? Let me go to my chapter. Let me go to the chapter. Right? Okay. So he had founded it upon the seas. Right? The word founded, it means establish. But he had established it upon the seas. Everything that God established, it means to bring into existence. That's what that means. Now, we're not taking from the word of God. We're not going to take from the word of God or from God's power of the spoken word. But God has allowed these people to discover these things so that the creation, for the non-believers to believe in that there was a creation. That's why God allowed these things for the scientists. That's for them.
That's right.
That's for the heathens to say that there's atoms and protons.
That's right.
Not for you,
Us.
because you already know that God got the power of the spoken word. Let them say that.
That's right.
And God has allowed them to find these things so that the Genesis 1 don't get disproved.
That's right.
Because he's dealing with a people that need facts.
That's right.
They
Right.
need proof.
Need something tangible.
They need something tangible.
Yeah.
I don't need that.
You know me, not me.
I don't need none of that.
I believe like Abraham.
I believe that when God said that the dry land appeared, the dry land appeared.
That's it.
He said, "Let there be light."
When God said, let there be light, I believe that the light popped out of nowhere. And he had to separate the light from the darkness.
Facts.
That's what I believe.
Facts.
Let's read it.
And established it upon the waters.
Establish it upon the waters.
Who may ascend into the hill of the
Who shall
may
ascend
into the hill of
unto the hill of the Lord? Who's going to go up to the hill of the Lord?
Who may stand in his holy
And who's going to stand in his holy place?
He who has clean hands and a pure heart.
Wait a minute. He that had what?
Clean hands.
Clean hands
And a pure heart.
and a pure heart. Do we know what clean hands means?
No, I don't.
A person with clean hands and a pure heart. If you have a pure heart, I'm not going to accuse nobody. If you have a pure heart, iniquity don't come to your mind. Huh? I said, and sin don't come to your mind. Nothing that is contrary from what God said will come to your mind.
Sure.
All right? Clean hands means what? Free from moral corruption. Free from offensive treatment. So I have to watch
Oh, my.
who I offend.
Okay.
I have to be careful
Okay.
with who I offend,
Okay.
because we have said things to offend
That's right.
men and woman.
Okay, I did.
We have done things to offend people, and we have not corrected it. We have not made amends of who we have offended. Remember, the laws of God speaks about a treatment.
That's right.
How Moab and Ammon, was it Moab and Ammon? In Deuteronomy 23? Yeah. How Moab and Ammon treated, how they didn't meet the nation of Israel with bread and with water. Which means there's a treatment that comes with serving God. There's a way, because listen, people will run, man, if they ain't treated right. And when they run, then God gonna charge you.
That's right.
God gonna charge you.
That's right.
Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
He who has clean hands and pure me.
He that do good. He that had clean hands
pure heart,
and a pure heart,
who has not lifted up his soul,
who has not lifted up his soul
to
unto vanity,
nor
nor
sworn
sworn deceitfully. He shall receive the blessing from the Lord and righteousness from the God of his salvation.
This is Jacob, the generation of those who seek him.
This is the generation of them that seek him, that seek thy face, O Yaakov. So that's a different book. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lifted up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord, strong and mighty, mighty in battle.
Lift up your heads, O ye gates, even lift them up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is the King of glory? The Lord of hosts. He is the King of glory.
Tom Sheep, Chief Mika.
Exodus chapter 34, verse 7.
Exodus chapter 34, verse 7. Tom Sheep.
Keeping mercy for thousands, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin.
Keeping mercy to thousands, forgiving iniquity and what?
Transgression and sin.
Uh-huh.
And that will by no means clear the guilty.
Uh-huh.
Visiting the iniquity of the fathers.
Visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon
the children. Uh-huh.
Upon the children's children.
Uh-huh.
And unto the third and to the fourth generation.
Visiting. The Hebrew word for visit is paquad. It means to remember.
Okay.
I will remember the father's iniquities upon the children.
Okay.
I said, God said he will remember the sins of the fathers upon the children.
Okay.
So God will visit my iniquities upon my son.
Children. That's right.
And if my son don't repair the breach,
he gonna get it.
His son, his seed will bear my iniquities.
Right.
And if my grandson don't repair the breach, then it keeps going until somebody be the one to repair, make repairs, make amends for a fault. That's right. Tom Sheep.
And Moses made haste and bowed his head toward the earth and worship. And he said
Moses made haste and bowed his head towards what?
Toward the earth and worship.
So be careful to what we bow our heads to. When we bow our heads, it is a form of worship.
That's right.
Okay?
That's
Because,
right.
all right? The book shows us what words mean. I said the book shows us what words mean.
Right.
Worship is an extreme form of love for God. It's a type of unquestioning devotion for God that you don't question what you read. So because I believe in God so much, whatever I read, I'm going to believe it. I'm not going to question it.
Right.
I'm not going to doubt it.
Right.
Tom Sheep.
And he said, if now I have found grace in thy sight, O Lord.
If now I have found grace in thy sight. The Hebrew word for grace is king, ketnoon, right?
Right.
I looked up grace. You know what grace means? If I have found, it means to do honor or credit. If I got any credit with you, if I found honor in you, if I got good works, he said, according to my good works and according to how I walk with you, oh God, go ahead.
I pray thee, go amongst us.
I pray you, please, if I got any credit or any good works with you, he said, come amongst us, please. He didn't, because Moses didn't want to move without God being there. And he wasn't moving. Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
I pray thee, go amongst us, for it is a stiff-necked people. And
I realize that it's a stiff-necked people. Stiff-necked people, man. They're very stubborn, unyielding, completely unwilling to change one's mind or opinion. And it reminds me of the people today. We are stubborn. We are stubborn people, man.
Yes.
And we stubborn to our own hurt.
That's right.
Tom She.
And pardon our iniquity.
Pardon our iniquity. Selak or salak. It means to allow an offense to pass without punishment. Huh? God didn't punish the nation of Israel at the grounds of Mount Sinai.
That's right.
He pardoned them.
That's right.
But when Moses went down there, he said, every man who's on God's side assemble unto me.
Right?
He got anger. His anger kindled. He had the anger of God in him.
Broke the tablets.
I say he broke the tablets because he was tight.
And
I say he had that. That's a certain level in righteousness. You hear me? When you are able to feel
the feelings
of God when we violate the laws of God. That's why Samuel cried. And he kept crying and kept crying and kept crying. And God looked at Samuel and said, man, you ain't the one rejected, man. Stop your crying. He said, he rejected me. Come here. Come get the horns of the altar. I got a job for you. I need you to go over here and anoint this guy here. He said, well, listen. If I go over there and anoint him, he said, someone gonna kill me, man. Which means Samuel knew his place, regardless of the fact that he's the prophet of God. You see this, man? That's humility. That's the heights of humility. You don't allow your no, not ego. What's the word? Your title. Your title. You're a chief. You're a chief of chief. You're your status in life to cause you to come out of your place. Tom Sheep.
And pardon our iniquity and our sin, and take us for thine inheritance.
Verse
10.
He
said, behold, I make a covenant before all thy people.
He said, behold, I make a covenant before all thy people, Tom Sheep.
I will do marvels.
I will do marvels.
Such as have not been done in all the earth, nor in any nation.
Go ahead.
The people amongst which thou art shall see the work of the Lord. For it is a terrible thing that I will do with thee. Observe thou that which I command thee this day. Behold, I drive out before thee the Amorite,
the Canaanite,
the Hittite,
the Hittites,
the Perizzite,
the Perizzites,
the Hivite,
the Hivites,
and the Jebusite.
Listen, the Hittites. The Hittites was a descendant of Heth, the second son of Canaan, one inhabitant of central Anatolia, modern Turkey. Later in northern Babylon, northern Lebanon, they had a deity named Hanna, Hanna. And there's a reason why they repeated it twice. The mother goddess of wisdom, whose name means grandmother. So the deity of the Hittites, whose name is that, it means the grandmother. So I told my son and instructed my son and my daughter, I said, don't call her grandma. Don't call her grandma no more. I said, that's your mother.
It's not in the book.
Grandmother is not in the book.
It's not in the book.
Grandfather is not in the book.
It's not in the book.
And these things, we pick up certain habits and certain customs and sayings from living in this God-forsaken place. And that's why I told my son, I said, no more grandmother.
That's
right.
right.
You call her Ima. That's because she's your mother.
That's right.
That's
Call her Ima.
I ain't never liked it that.
That word.
Yeah.
I said, now cremation was a custom of the Hittites. When you take the dead body and you burn them and you cremate them, those were customs of the Hittites. We ain't never had a cremation. We never cremated the dead body. We took the body and we buried the body, and that was it. But we continue to yearn after the ways and the customs of the heathens, following after their custom, and want to mix and mingle and blend the customs of these people with God's custom. So it said cremation was a custom of the Hittites. And after the body being consumed by fire, listen to what they did to the body after they finished cremating the body.
That's what they did.
Right? They will quench it with wine or beer. They will pour beer or wine or beer on it. On the bones would be picked out and dipped in oil and wrapped in linen cloths. They had a feast or a banquet or food or drinks after offered to the dead body. You know what that is? That's called repast. You see what Israelites like to get into that our forefathers didn't have? We didn't have a repast. You know what a repast is?
Yeah, the turn up after the burial.
The turn up after the burial, the brother said.
That's right.
We come home after we done buried the person, cook. Somebody cook a meal. Everybody's drinking and eating and having.
Right.
That was a repast.
Celebrate his life.
Celebration of
This life. That's right.
See, there's no getting together, no drinking. I'm supposed to be mourning my father. I'm supposed to be mourning my father, not celebrating. That wasn't our custom. To go and gather after burying a dead body.
That's right.
That wasn't our custom, man.
That's right.
And we pick up a lot of heathenistic customs, being around these people, living amongst these heathens, living amongst the Americans. We don't pick these things up.
That's right. Ways of the pagans. That's right. Teach, brother. Teach.
So food and drinks after offered to the dead body and share amongst the living. Funeral rituals. Funeral rituals was for the continuity of kings.
That's right.
And check this out. Post-mortem.
after death.
Post-mortem images. That's what it said.
Right.
Of the deceased king
Okay.
was also taken of the people after death. I said after death.
Talk about it.
Right?
Talk about it.
Memorials
Posted.
and post-mortem photography was common from the birth of the daguerreotype in 1839 to the 1930s, and they had no photography taken of them while living. That was a custom of the Hittites. While you're alive, they don't take no pictures. But as soon as you're dead, they take a post-mortem picture. They take a picture of the dead.
Yeah, they start posting on social media.
They start tagging this. Look, the Girgashites was a descendant of Canaan living east of the Sea of Galilee. When the Israelites entered the Promised Land and had rituals and customs surrounding the dead and burial, which was a similar purpose called funerals. We didn't have funerals.
Nope.
We didn't have funerals. Their body being prepared involved a washing and anointing of oil. When I went to go bury my father, right?
Yes.
The Jews came to me and said, "Do you want me to wash the body?"
He said no.
That was the custom,
He said no.
an ancient custom
That's right.
from those 7 nations.
That's correct.
You know what I told them? No, don't wash my father's body. Don't do nothing to his body. All I want to do is clothe him, put his clothes on him, and bury him.
That's it. Keeping it plain and simple.
We're keeping it plain and simple.
Kept it simple.
I said we must keep these things plain and simple because it's very easy to slide off into the ways and the customs of the heathens, into the ways and the customs of the nations. Okay? It involved the washing and anointing of oils. Then they wrapped the body. They would add jewelry, weapons, and personal possessions. When people take certain things, when they're burying the body, they put money under there. They put jewelry under there. All that was the customs of the Girgashites.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
To the deceased, to sustain them in the afterlife. Then you had self-mutilation. Self-mutilation was included. Feast and offerings for the dead. Funerary banquets was held at the tomb or nearby the food. The foods and drinks was held in honor of the dead. Chief Mika.
Behold, I drive out before thee the Amorite, the Canaanite, the Hittite, and the Perizzite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite. Take heed to thyself, lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land whither thou goest.
Exodus chapter 34, verse 12.
Lest it be for a snare in the midst of thee. Verse 13. But ye shall destroy their altars, break their images.
And
cut down
the
their
word
groves.
for images is matzeba. Graven images or idols
or representation of deities, often carved or sculpted, right? That are worshipped or venerated. Pagan cultures used images as focal points for worship and rituals. Tamshi.
But you shall destroy their altars.
Another thing, SHABBAT is also a monument or a tombstone, something designed to preserve the memory of a person. Anything designed to preserve this person's memory. Obituary cards, tombstones, a plaque with his name on it. We didn't have obituary cards. From sunrise to sunset, in loving memory of, and you start giving a whole decoration. No, we didn't have none of that. We didn't do those things, man. Those are all customs of the heathens. We have to be careful of the customs, of the traditions, of the practices, of their celebrations, of their ceremonies.
Those are rituals.
Tamshi.
But ye shall destroy their altars, break their images, and cut down their groves.
Tamshi.
For thou shalt worship no other God.
But thou shalt worship no other God.
For the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God.
You see what God said his name is? He said, for the Lord, whose name is jealous.
His name is jealous.
God demands complete allegiance from his people. And being unfaithful to God provokes God's anger and can lead to consequences.
Facts.
When we provoke God by going against his laws, his commandments, and statutes,
and his charge, his ways,
right?
His ways,
it causes and it leads to consequences. This is why I ended up in jail. This is why the bus ran me over. This is why I'm in the hospital. This is why things just did not go right. Because in my past time, I had provoked the anger of God. I have provoked the anger of God, and you don't answer for things right away.
Right away. Teach.
God do not charge you for things right away. You have done this 10 years before, and now God is now visiting what you did 5 years before, a year before, upon your head today. So nothing happened for nothing. We must pay and make amends for our faults that we have done. Being contrary to his laws. So God is going to visit these things upon our heads.
Talk about it.
But God is allowing.
It's a problem if you don't visit it.
That's right. But he's visiting these things upon our heads, and it's for us to acknowledge our faults. It's for us to acknowledge by condemning your faults and the things that you have done. Condemn yourself. I have done wrong. I have done the miss. And this is why God is visiting these things upon my head. Don't blame nobody.
Right.
Don't blame nobody.
That's right.
Everything happens for a reason in your life, in our lives. Everything happens for a reason.
That's right.
It's because we have came up short with God.
That's right.
So now after we have realized that we have came up short with God, make amends and do better.
That's right.
I said make amends and do better, man.
That's right.
Tom Sheet.
Lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go a whoring after their gods, and do sacrifice. Now, hold up.
The anger of God caused by a rebellious people. It's not a negative emotion. The anger of God. No. It's a righteous anger. And a passionate response to the violation of the covenant of God. You done violated the agreement. I said, you done violated the agreement.
That's right.
Tom, see?
Lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go a whoring after their gods, and do sacrifice unto their gods, and one call thee, and thou eat of the sacrifice.
One call thee, and you eat of the sacrifice.
Get invited.
Pull up.
Invite.
You done got invited to a dinner, but the dinner is because someone just passed. Someone just died, and now it's an occasion. So I done ate of abominable food or drink that this food was dedicated to.
Okay.
Watch what you attend.
Okay.
Watch what you are part of. Tom, see?
And thou take up their daughters unto thy sons, and their daughters go a whoring after their gods, and make thy sons go a whoring after their gods. Thou shalt make thee no molten gods. The feast of unleavened bread shalt thou keep.
The feast of unleavened bread shalt thou keep. The feast of unleavened bread is bread without yeast. Okay?
Right.
And a lot of questions came about how do you make your bread leavened when we didn't have no yeast? We didn't have any baking powder. But I'm going to tell you what the book says. I'm not going to tell you and give you my own terminology and what I think. According to what the book says, the way to make the bread leavened is by kneading. Read Hosea chapter 7. And that's what I'm going to stick by. People want to add in, you let it sit, you let this do this, you do this over here. But I didn't read it nowhere in the book where it says that. Of course, you don't think that God knew that there was yeast particles in the air? It was yeast particles in the air back then. But God ain't talking about that. He's talking about the bread. And when you read Hosea chapter 7, verse Hosea chapter 7, verse 4, right? It says, Hosea 7, verse 4, so you can read it yourself. They are all adulterers, as an oven heated by the baker. Those who bake knows. When you're baking bread, the oven have to sit for a while. Or to what? Right, to preheat. And the bread had to sit. Who ceased it from raising after he had kneaded the dough. So what caused the dough to be leavened is when you knead it. During the time of King Saul, when King Saul got the news from the prophet, when the prophet told him that you and your son gonna be with me, he wouldn't eat, but the witch Endor constrained him and made him eat bread, right? It didn't say that she made a dough. It said in the Hebrew that she plucked the dough, which means the dough was already sitting, and she baked unleavened bread in the Hebrew. So if the dough was sitting and baked, and the book says that it was unleavened, which means that if the dough sit, it don't make it leavened. It don't make the dough leavened because it was sitting. I use the book for my reference. I'm not going to tell you what this one says. The Jews did this, and you can't. Look, you know how matzahs is made? Those same matzahs, them same crackers. We call it bread, but it's really crackers. That they take that dough and they put it in the bowl. You know, in the knees and sitting in the mixing bowl. Mix and knead for hours.
Oh, you forgot the rabbi said he put
for hours. But they don't know that. We had a documentary where the rabbi said that he puts blood in matzos.
In all matzos.
In all matzos. There's a documentary. I said there's a documentary that states that the rabbi put blood in all matzos. Yeah. But we want to continue to follow after these people buying matzos. The safest way to observe the Feast of Unleavened Bread is to bake your own. Stop eating those matzos. I don't even buy matzos no more. I used to like it. I used to eat it during the week because I enjoyed eating it. Not no more. And after watching that documentary, and we cannot take chances. We take chances, man. We take some heavy chances today, man. You know why we take so much chances? Because we are cut off. And this is why we take so much chances with our lives. If you are prudent, you are cautious.
That's right.
A prudent man is cautious.
That's right.
If you're prudent, you're cautious with yourself that you don't violate none of these laws in this book.
That's right.
We must be more cautious with ourselves, man. We got to be more cautious with ourselves. Right. I said it, and I'm going to repeat it again. There's a documentary, and I'm going to show it to you later, that states that the rabbi puts blood in the matzos.
To make sure
so we still want to continue taking chances with God, eating these things,
eating these things? Let's read.
7 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread.
7 days thou shalt eat unleavened bread.
As I commanded thee
As
in the
I have
time of the
commanded
month
thee
Abib.
in the month Abib.
For in the month Abib thou camest out from Egypt. All that openeth the matrix is mine, and every firstling amongst thy cattle, whether ox or sheep, that is male. But the firstling of an ass thou shalt redeem with a lamb. And if thou redeem him not, thou shalt break his neck.
Okay, let's cut that. Let's cut that. Let's go to Proverbs chapter 11. Yeah, let's go to Proverbs chapter 11. We got to stop following after the ways and the customs of these people. We got to stop following after the ways and the customs of these people, because there's no way we're going to deliver ourselves or save ourselves from ourselves. Go ahead, Proverbs chapter 11.
A false balance is abomination to the Lord.
False balance is abomination unto God.
But a just weight is his delight.
But God delights in a just weight. The Hebrew word for delight is razon. It means to accept. So when we are just, God will be able to accept you. Lord have mercy. What I said about being just before in the last previous chapter in Exodus 34. Iniquity. The definition of iniquity means not just. It's a Latin word called iniquitas. It means not just, not equal. So anytime we are not just or equal with each other, iniquity lies at the door. Sin lies at the door. Like God told Cain. He said, if you do as well, I will exalt you. But if you don't do well, sin lies at the door. He said, and I cannot accept you. There's no way I can accept you. You will not be exalted. He said, but he gave us a way out. He said, but thou, he said, you can rule it. You can rule it. But God has given us a choice. God gave every one of us a choice.
That's right.
To decide what you want to do. Why? Because if God didn't give us a choice, then I don't know if it's of your own will or not. Because if we're doing this and we're being forced, then it's not accepted. It's not accepted. Time sheet.
Verse 2. When pride cometh, then cometh shame.
When pride cometh, then cometh shame. The Hebrew word for pride is zadon, right? It means presumptuous. Presumptuous. Insolence. Presumptuous or insolence. Now, what is presumptuous? What does it mean to be presumptuous? Failing to observe the limits of what is permitted or appropriate by God. There's limits when we serve God.
That's right.
I said there's boundaries when we serve God. Limits and boundaries that we should not be crossing. We should not be crossing these limits, because when we cross these boundaries, then that's where sin is able to creep in. All right? A person that takes liberty, overstepping due boundaries, that's presumptuous. A contentious person, egotistical, insolence. That's the definition of insolence. Tom sheet.
When pride cometh, then cometh shame.
I said, when pride cometh, then cometh shame.
But with the lowly,
the Hebrew word for shame is qualon. Qualon means disgrace, ignominy, shame, a painful feeling of humiliation caused by the consciousness of a person's foolish behavior or wrongdoing. So, if you don't feel shame when you have violated a person or offended a person, if you don't feel shame when you have offended God, then something's wrong.
Okay, got you.
That's a problem.
Okay.
I'm supposed to feel some type of guilt when I offend you. And by me feeling this guilt within me when I offend you, it's going to cause me to make repairs.
Right.
How many people have we offended and we have not made repairs. Which means when we don't make repairs of who we have offended, then it hangs over your head. God will continue to visit that sin upon your head. Make repairs with God. We got to make repairs with God. Excessive pride or arrogance. Excessive pride or arrogance can lead to humiliation or disgrace. When a person is overly proud, they take unnecessary risk. A person that is overly proud, he disregards the laws of God. He oversteps his boundaries. He ignores advice. You can't advise him towards godliness. Fail to recognize their own limitations, which leads to shame and regret. Tom sheep.
But with the lowly is wisdom.
But with the lowly is wisdom. The Hebrew word for lowly is zinuim. Zinuim means with the modest.
That's right.
He said, with the modest.
That's right.
With a person that is modest or chaste,
Okay.
that person has wisdom. Wisdom can come to that person.
Okay.
So in order for wisdom to come to you, you have to be modest.
Okay.
You have to have chaste. You have to have humility.
Okay.
You got to be humble.
Right.
What does modest mean?
Right.
What does it mean to be modest? Modest means showing a moderate or humble estimate of one's merits.
That's right.
What I mean by merits? One's good. The good that they have done. A moderate. So you don't make a big deal about what you're doing, You never read that nowhere in the book. Where our forefathers exalted themselves about the good that they did because they was modest about what they did. God knows what they did. Right? Let people say it. Let me recognize it. Not you recognizing it yourself. Importance, free from egotism, ostentatious display. You know what ostentatious? A person with ostentatious display, he likes the attention on him, and he does things to bring the spotlight on him. Okay, to put a show on. So a humble person recognizes his own flaws. Not bold, meaning you don't take risk. Now, what does chaste mean? Pure in thought and actions. Innocent of unlawful sexual intercourse. You hold your chastity. So if she ain't your wife, why are you having cohabitation with this woman if she ain't your wife?
That's right.
If she ain't your concubine, why are you having a why are you cohabitating with this woman?
That's right.
Shouldn't be active.
You shouldn't be active. And if you don't have a wife or a concubine, you need to stay to yourself.
Nobody that had a wife lived to go see the harlots.
No.
That's right.
No. If you got a wife, you ain't go visit the harlot's house.
Judah just lost his wife.
Judah lost his wife. They didn't go visit the harlot's house and you got to. You're going to the harlot's house. You got your wife back home.
Samson lost his wife.
That's right.
Go get her.
But brothers do that. A lot of brothers use that for an excuse. The man got 2 wives at home. And he going to visit the whorehouse.
No.
He going to the harlot's house.
No.
What are you doing?
He's unstable as water.
Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
But
What verse we at?
3.
3? Tom Sheep.
The integrity of the upright shall guide them.
The integrity of the upright shall guide them. The word for integrity is tumah. It means integrity. Now, what is integrity? Integrity means firm adherence. Firm adherence to a code of moral or artistic values. I said firm adherence to a code of morals or artistic values. What are the values? The values are individual beliefs that motivates you. Your beliefs is what motivates you to act one way or another. Your values are what guides you. They are what you are raised with. Those are the principles. It's a highly valued trait in heads and leaders. Okay, Tom Sheep.
But the perverseness of transgressors shall destroy them.
But the perverseness of transgressors shall destroy them. The Hebrew word for perverse is selef. It means perverse. to deviate from what is morally right, willfully determined to counter what is right, deliberate and stubborn desire to act in a way or to move in a way that is not acceptable by God. Tom sheet.
Riches profit not in the day of wrath.
Riches profit not in the day of wrath, because your money can't deliver you in the day that God is. Listen, can't deliver you. Tom sheet.
But righteousness deliver it from
righteousness deliver it from death. Now, what do you mean by delivering from death? But we all gotta die. He said righteousness deliver it from death, but we all must die. So if I live my life righteously, whole and complete with God, but I still gotta die. So what death is this book talking about?
That's right.
What death is the book talking about? These are things that we need to think about and to understand that there is a reward to all those that fulfill the commandments of God wholly and completely. Tom, see?
The righteous of the perfect shall direct his way.
The righteousness of the perfect. The righteousness of the perfect shall direct his ways. Because of the righteousness of how righteous I have lived my life, this is what is going to guide me. My own righteousness is going to guide me. Tom sheet.
But the wicked shall fall by his own wickedness.
Tom sheet.
The righteousness of the upright shall deliver them.
The righteousness of the upright shall deliver them.
But transgressors shall be taken in their own naughtiness.
Transgressors shall be taken in their own naughtiness. The Hebrew word for transgressors is bogdim. Come from the root word bagad. It means treacherous. Treacherous. Now, a treacherous person is unreliable. Can't rely on the treacherous person. Tom sheet.
When a wicked man died, his expectations shall perish.
Treacherous shall be taken in their own naughtiness. The Hebrew word for naughtiness is hawa. It means lust, their own lust, their own mischief, their own destruction. God is going to visit your own iniquity, your own wickedness upon your own head. Your own wickedness is going to destroy you.
That's right.
Tom sheet.
When a wicked man dieth, his expectations shall perish.
When a wicked man dieth, his expectations shall what? Shall perish. So what is your expectation? Tikwa. Your tikwa is your hope. Your hope is your feelings of positive expectation or fulfillment. And I don't know about nobody, but I have expectations. I have hope that and I got all that. But you know what my expectation is? That I look forward to something if I live according to what God said. If we continue to live according to how God has prescribed in this book, there is something to expect.
A reward.
There's a reward. There's a hope. So don't let this fly over your head and cause people to let you know, let you think or feel that when we do these laws, you just die and that's it. No. Maybe that's not it. Maybe that's it for you.
And most of the world.
That ain't it for me. I look forward. I have a hope. I have something to look forward to. So this is why I live my life or try, and I'm going to die trying to be upright the way God has prescribed for me to live. Tom sheet.
When a wicked man dieth, his expectation shall perish, and the hope of unjust men perisheth.
The hope of unjust men perisheth. Awain, it means injustice, lack of fairness, or justice. Lack of fairness, lack of justice. We bypass justice. We bypass justice. You know why? You know how you're unjust? You're unjust. You know how you could be unjust? When you have been a witness of what this person did to him and it was unjust, and you don't stand.
You don't stand up. Like Daniel.
And you don't stand up.
Daniel.
Well, I'm out of my business, but I ain't gotta say. All I do is say, man, brother, you shouldn't have did that, man. You're wrong. No, ain't no, you shouldn't have did that. You did this and this.
That's
The,
right.
the just thing
That's
to
right.
happen is
That's right.
according to the book. Let's go to the book. The book said this. Yo, this is going to happen.
That's right.
Oh, you don't want to do it? Okay, I'm not messing with you no more. Until you humble yourself to God
That's
and
right.
allow this man
That's
to.
right.
Come on, man.
That's right.
Come on, man.
That's
We
right.
are in.
That's
We're
just.
unjust.
That's right.
Can we allow things to happen?
That's right.
We allow things to go on amongst ourselves.
That's right.
And no justice is done.
That's right. No judgment.
No judgment is done.
That's right. Teach.
No
I
justice
do
is
what I
done.
want, and nobody gonna do nothing.
Nobody gonna do nothing to you.
So,
And you ready to fight and stab and shoot and do all this?
Everybody's there.
Those type of people can't serve God.
yeah, we can't serve God like that.
And I can't be around people like that.
We can't
That's
serve God.
always.
I can't be around you, brother.
We'll never elevate.
You gotta go.
We'll never improve.
You're not gonna improve. Justice must be served according to what God said is just, man.
Teach.
Tom Sheep.
Teach.
The righteous is delivered out of trouble.
The righteous is delivered out of trouble. Wait a minute. The Hebrew word for delivered is kalatz. Kalatz means to withdraw. The righteous withdraws from trouble, which means they abstain from trouble. Which means if you are abstaining from trouble, they're not going to get into everything.
You're gonna cease from strife.
They're not going to get into everything.
Cease from strife.
They're not going to get. They're going to cease from strife. They're not going to get into every matter. He says, "Strive not in the matter that concerneth thee not."
Mind your business.
I said, "Strive not in the matter that concern thee not." That's between that man and his father. Man, would you mind your business and let that man chastise his son?
That's right.
You want to add in and jump in and mind your business, man. Stay out of that.
That's right. Teach.
That's between that man and his wife.
Teach.
Mind your business and stop showing her cold shoulders and acting out. This is and she's this and she's the other. That's not your
That's
business.
your business. That's right. Teach, brother.
That's not your business, man. Why we like going into businesses that don't concern us? They got nothing to do with you.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Teach,
Stay out
brother.
of the business of brothers.
That's right.
This is between two brothers. This guy want to jump in. No, man, we both gonna jump in.
on you.
That's right.
And then we gonna come back and handle our problems.
That's right.
We will turn on you.
That's right. Teach, brother.
Strive not in the matter that concerneth thee not. But we forget all these things.
That's between that mother and
And
her child.
we had tunnel vision. We had tunnel vision. I do this, Lord. I do this. I do this. I do this. I do this. And I can't see nothing else.
Teach, brother.
I can't see nothing else. You know why we can't see nothing else? Because I'm only concentrating on one thing.
That's right. That's
We
right.
got a problem, man.
Yeah. Teach.
We got a problem.
Teach.
Let's read.
Teach.
Verse 8. The righteous is delivered out of trouble.
The righteous is delivered out of trouble. The righteous withdraws from trouble. He withdraws himself. Read.
And the wicked cometh in his stead.
Tom Sheep.
A hypocrite with his mouth destroyed his neighbor.
The Hebrew word for hypocrite is kanef. You know what kanef means? Kanef means profane. Read that over. A hypocrite with his mouth. A profane person with his mouth.
Keep
Wait a minute.
Keep backbiting.
Did we hear this? We become profane by God by the things that we say out of our mouth. Just by what we say out of our mouth, God looked at us and said we profane.
This ain't got nothing to do with fringes, eating blood and fat. This ain't got nothing to do with this. Come out your mouth.
Profane means what? Not devoted to God. To make or be common. When you are common, when you are like the others, when you're like everybody else, you eat like them, you live like them, you dress like them, you celebrate like them. Their tradition is your tradition. Their enjoyment is your enjoyment. Now you want to have what's that thing? Bar mitzvah. And then you have bat mitzvah. But I ain't read none of that in the book.
Nope.
That's right.
So why do we continue to follow after these people?
That's right.
Notice and understand that the Jews follow Judaism.
Yes.
And Judaism is a mixture of what?
Christianity.
Judaism is mixed in with
Zoroastrianism.
Judaism is a
And
mixture
Hebrewism.
of Judaism,
Yeah, that's right.
Christianity,
Zoroastrianism.
Zoroastrianism.
Three
It's
religions.
a mix.
3 different religions.
Tom C. Tom C. Where we at?
A hypocrite.
Now, hold on. Now, impious. It also means impious. It means no respect for God
Okay.
or parents.
Mm.
I said no respect for God or parents. Why you get mad every time I say something to you?
Yeah.
That's
You
right.
mean to tell me I can't talk to you and tell you where you went wrong at
Teach.
without you walking and strutting across the floor?
Teach.
Why we get this way with our mothers and our fathers?
That's right. Teach. Teach.
Like they can't correct us and say nothing to us.
Teach. 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 Teach.
But the laws, the Proverbs states, in the Proverbs, he says the law of your father, he said, bind them upon your neck. The law of your mother, use it as a frontlet and guard yourself. Because this is what's going to guide you through life. This is what's going to deliver you. This is what's going to guide you through life. You will succeed in life just by hearkening to your father's law.
That's right.
And your mother's commandment.
Yeah.
Just these are laws and commandments that we don't read in the book.
That's right.
It gives you a free ticket.
It gives you a free ticket with God.
That's right.
Make it life easier.
Yeah.
That's right. Teach. Teach. Teach.
Tom C.
Right there.
Teach.
A
A
hypocrite.
hypocrite
Uh-huh.
with his mouth destroyed his neighbor.
A hypocrite with his mouth destroying his neighbor.
Backbite.
Okay? Destroying his neighbor. And that's talking about the backbiters,
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
the slanderers,
Yeah.
the
Slander.
liars,
Yeah.
people that like to say things about you that's not true.
Uh-huh.
They got a problem with you. Everybody knows it besides you.
Uh-huh.
Everybody knows the problem except you. Because I done went and told all of Israel
Teach.
except from coming to you.
Oh,
The one you have a
racist.
problem with.
Racist bastards.
So the word destroy means what? Shakat. Right? Read that verse over. Verse 9.
A hypocrite.
Proverbs 11, verse 9.
A hypocrite with his
A
mouth
hypocrite with his mouth
destroyed his neighbor.
destroying his neighbor. Wait a minute. The Hebrew word for destroy is shakat. Shakat means ruin. Ruin means what? Social collapse.
Social collapse.
You know what social collapse? Part of the definition of ruin is social collapse.
Because of what he said.
A person with social collapse does not enjoy other people. I said a person with social collapse don't enjoy other people. King David wasn't like that. The godly man wasn't like that. Oh, why are you bringing all these people around? What are you talking about? Why I ain't bringing all these people around?
Right.
We're here, we're serving God, and we're enjoying ourselves. I don't want to be around people. There's something wrong with you then.
They call
Then
it,
you need to leave.
they call it antisocial.
Antisocial. You need to go.
Social
Teach.
collapse is
Teach.
antisocial.
See you. Bye.
Teach.
Shalom.
Bad for no reason.
So to ruin,
Teach. Teach. Teach.
to ruin means what? Right? To ruin means what? To damage irreparably.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
That's what ruin means.
Yes,
Okay.
And when I looked up the definition of ruin, it's deep. It's deep. The definition of irreparably, right? Irreparably is the opposite of repair.
Can't fix it.
I said irreparably is the opposite of repair. So to repair, let's get into the definition of repair so that we know that if we are irreparable. To repair means what? To return and make good with God.
Okay. Okay.
So if I'm irreparable, I will never make a man to return to God
Return to God. That's right.
because you're irreparable.
Right.
Again, to repair means to commit yourself to God. And if I'm irreparable, I will never commit myself to God. And how do we commit yourself to God? You commit yourself by means what?
Binding
To
yourself.
bind
Yeah.
or obligate yourself.
To the Lord. To what? To the
Right?
Lord.
To bind means to go into contract.
To the Lord.
go into vows. To obligate yourself means to restrict yourself to the confinements of the laws of God. This is what a person that is irreparable, they're not going to do.
That's right.
So when God ruins you, he subjects you to frustration, which is to induce feelings of discouragement. God begin to discourage you
Against what?
against doing the things that is lawful and right by God.
Right.
He begin to discourage you, and that's why we
Come
have
up with
so.
excuses.
And that's right.
The job.
That's right.
Man, shave for the job.
That's right.
Reasons to break the
That's right.
Man, I shaved my beard off for the job.
commandment. A hypocrite with his mouth destroyed his neighbor.
A hypocrite with who?
With his mouth
A hypocrite with his mouth,
destroyed his neighbor.
destroying his neighbor.
But through knowledge shall the just be delivered.
Go ahead.
When it goeth well with the righteous, the city rejoiceth.
Verse 10. When it goes well with the righteous, everybody in the city is happy because there's not going to be nothing unjust.
No injustice.
No injustice. He going to look out.
Everything is
Tom
fair.
sheet.
And when the wicked perish, there is shouting.
There is shouting. Tom sheet.
By the blessing of the upright, the city is exalted.
Tom sheet.
But it is overthrown by the mouth of the wicked.
Read. Go ahead.
He that is void of wisdom,
He that is what?
void of wisdom.
Void of wisdom. You want to know what void of wisdom is? You know what void of wisdom is in the Hebrew? Kasad lev. Right? Kasad lev means you void of wisdom. It means kasad lev. It means lacks a heart. We don't have a heart. We have no heart.
Cold blood.
We're cold. Go ahead.
But it is overthrown by the mouth of the wicked. He that is void of wisdom despiseth his neighbor. But a
He
man-
that lacks a heart hate his neighbor. I hate you. I don't despise him. I don't like you. I despise him. You don't have a heart.
No, just stay.
So continue to hate and hate and hate, and God look at you. And wisdom can't come to you while you're despising and hating.
Right. Keep talking about the brother.
I said wisdom cannot come to you if you continue to hate.
That's right.
That's why you don't have a heart.
That's right.
It means you're lacking a heart. You
That's
lack a
right.
heart.
That's
You
right.
lack feelings and
That's
emotions.
right.
You don't have a heart.
Teach.
Tom sheet.
But a man of understanding holdeth his peace.
But a man of understanding. What is a man of understanding? To depart from evil. A man that depart from evil will hold back. A man that departs from evil will hold his peace.
Refrain yourself.
He refrains. Just for the sake of peace. If I say this, it's going to cause this, and this. So a man that departs from evil will hold back just for the sake of peace.
That's right. Teach.
A talebearer revealeth secrets.
A talebearer. In the Hebrew, it's not a talebearer. It says a slanderer. Zakil. And a slanderer and a person that slanders gives false oral statement.
Talk about it.
That's a false oral statement about a person that's not true.
That's right.
You don't know how truth it is
That's right.
about it, or is there any truth about what you're saying?
That's right.
So why do we continue to voice things about people that's not true? You don't have concrete evidence about what you're talking. Tom sheet.
But he that is of a faithful spirit concealeth the matter.
But he that is of a faithful spirit, conceals the matter, conceals the word. If you are faithful, I ain't got to spread what you said. Yeah, you said this and this and this, and you was wrong, and because I'm faithful, I'm not gonna go to him and say, "Yo, listen, man, this guy said this and this and this about you."
That's right.
It stops there.
It stops right there. You know how many times a brother will come to you and say certain things like that, you know what? And I'm talking to the other brother, trying to connect them, but I'm not going to tell that brother what this one said because it's going to stir up the problem.
Right.
It's going to stir trouble up.
That's right.
Man, you know what he said about you? He said this and this and this and this. Why are you telling him
Why
that?
are you saying that?
Why are you saying that?
Hold down evil one.
Huh? Why are you saying that? Because number one, you're sowing discord and you're causing trouble and problems.
One of the 7 things that God
Why?
said he hated.
Why?
So discord.
Tom sheet.
They don't read.
But he that is of a faithful spirit concealeth the matter.
But he that is of a faithful spirit, he will conceal the matter. I heard my mother say, women do the same thing, and she right. A lot of gossip go on amongst women. Women talking against women. This woman say certain things about this sister, and then that's what happened. Because these people is talking about this sister, guess what happened? The sister's not amongst us no more. Facts. The sister don't want to be a part of this. She want to run. She wants to run.
I want to come back here.
She don't want to come back.
Wicked bastards.
Why? Because of sisters coming together and talking against another sister instead of welcoming them.
Like it's an episode of Baddies.
That's right. It's ridiculous. Teach, brother. It's ridiculous. We teach. That's exactly what happened. We got a problem, man. We got a problem, man. We got a problem. And it ain't being fixed. We're not fixing it. We got a problem.
I'm talking about Israelites.
And I ain't talking about heathens. I'm talking about Israelites. People who know who God is. Come on, man. Where we at?
Verse 14.
Tom C.
Where no counsel is, the people fall.
Oh, where no counsel is, a people fall. Where no guidance is, a people fall. Where there's no direction, a people fall. Huh? Go ahead.
But in the multitude of counselors, there is safety.
Tom C.
He that is surety for a stranger.
He that is surety of a stranger shall smart for it. Okay? What is surety? What does it mean about it? What is surety? Surety is when I take responsibility for another person's actions. So if I vouch for you, it's up to you to acknowledge and respect and consider that this has to do with my word. I done gave my word for you. And you have to consider that. Well, I didn't say it. Well, you're wicked and you're evil. Tom C.
And he that hated suretyship is sure.
And he that hated suretyship is sure. In the Hebrew, you know what it says in the Hebrew? Ra Yerua. Evil will beget evil. I said evil comes from evil. Ain't that something? If you're evil, why are you expecting good? Why you are expecting good from a person that have not made his mind up to do God's law? He's evil. So you should know what to expect from an evil sucker. Evil comes from evil people.
Got you.
Tom C.
A gracious woman retaineth honor.
Uh-oh. A gracious woman retaineth honor. The word retain it means to attain honor. The word gracious, it means kind. In the Hebrew, it says kind. It says kind. She's kind. She's pleasant. She's courteous. And she's kind, pleasant, and courteous. Uh-oh. Even when she's angry.
That's right.
Even when she gets angry.
That's right.
You remain gracious, kind, courteous, and pleasant. Now you are truly a gracious woman that will attain honor. She will get honor. You know why? Because how she carries herself and she maintains herself, even though the feelings and the emotions that stirred up.
She maintains her
But
femininity.
you maintain your femininity. So now what is courteous? Courteous is a character trait. It displays good manners, respect, and being polite towards others. They are considerate and mindful of the needs of others and feelings. Tom Sheep.
And strong men retain riches.
Uh-huh.
Verse 17.
Strong men retain riches. Where at? Verse 17? Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
The merciful man doeth good to his own soul.
Uh-oh. Read 16 over. I'm missing that.
16.
Yeah, read
A
16
gracious
over.
woman retaineth honor.
A gracious woman retain honor.
And strong men retain riches.
Strong men retain riches. The Hebrew word for strong men, it means a violent man. A violent man will retain his riches. Go ahead.
The merciful man doeth good to his own soul.
The merciful man doeth good to himself. So if a man is merciful, if a man is truly merciful, right, he considers himself and he do good to himself. How can you tell when a man do good to himself? He don't eat after a certain time. Because by me eating, he take care of himself. If I eat past the hour, I know that's going to constipate me. And I will only let loose pebbles.
Constipation.
Constipation.
Not only that, brother, the prostate.
You're prostrate. So you refrain from dairy products.
Okay.
Dairy products weakens the prostrate.
And processed
Us
food.
as men should be eating more fruits and vegetables.
And less processed food.
Getting herbs. There are herbs when the prostrate is inflamed that you drink to shrink the prostate.
Right.
All this is taking care of yourself, and this is knowledge that we need to learn and understand.
Teach.
There is also knowledge of women that I know, but I can't say it up here.
Then in the book it said a righteous man can.
That's right. That's right.
But he that is cruel troubleth his own flesh.
But he that is cruel troubleth his own flesh. He that is cruel troubles or disturbs or confuses you.
You gonna see how he live.
Okay, now it said he that is cruel. The definition of cruel, it means willfully causing pain or suffering to others, feeling no concern about it. And it also means pernicious. Pernicious is a person that implies irreparable harm done through evil. You know, there's certain things that we can do to each other that you can't make amends. No matter what you do or say, the person won't forgive you.
Right.
That's a cruel person because what you did was cruel.
Teach.
I have ran across people that you no matter what you tell them, say, man, Joseph forgave the 12 sons. No matter what you tell her, he still held that against that brother.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. He still held it. No matter what you said. Come on, don't do this, don't do that. Joseph did that. Man, listen, that was cruel.
Right.
Because the situation
Right.
was a nasty situation.
That's right.
Every time he spoke about that situation, he had tears in his eyes.
Yep.
And he got angry.
Damn.
So there are going to come up with situations where
Hard to forget.
it's hard to forget
It's grievous.
because it's grievous to me.
Grievous to the soul. It's still binding.
King David said, he cursed me with a grievous curse. Still.
Yeah.
He didn't forget that, man.
Yeah.
Spit on me, man.
Yeah.
See what King David said? He said he cursed me with a grievous curse.
Just don't make like, yo, man, don't forget that. You don't forget that. I'm dying. So I'm passing it to you. You don't forget.
Tom Sheep, where we at?
Verse 17. The merciful man doeth good to his own soul.
The merciful man doeth good to his own soul.
But he that is cruel troubleth his own flesh.
But he that is cruel trouble himself. You disturb yourself. You confuse yourself by your cruel actions. The things that we do that is cruel, we disturb and we confuse ourselves. We cause confusion to come to us by us being cruel.
Okay.
Tom Sheep.
The wicked worketh a deceitful work.
The wicked, where we at?
18.
Tom Sheep.
Verse 18. But to him that soweth righteousness shall be a sure reward.
The wicked worketh a deceitful work, but to him that soweth righteousness shall be a sure reward. Tom Sheep.
As righteousness tended to life.
As righteousness tended to life.
So
righteousness, what tended to life mean? Gives life. Righteousness gives life. Go ahead.
So he that pursueth evil, pursueth it to his own
He
death.
that pursueth evil, he that follows after evil, pursue it and will follow after it to his own death. So by me pursuing after the things that is contrary from God, that's the path. I done set my own path. I done set my own direction, my own path. Tom Sheep.
They that are of a forward heart or abomination to the Lord.
They that are of a froward heart. What is a froward heart? A froward heart or a froward mindset. A froward mindset is a mindset that is contrary from God's mindset. Okay? It also the word for froward is ichesh. Ichesh means a perverse heart or a crooked heart. And a perverse heart is driven by selfish motives and is inclined to resist authority or control. So when we have a perverse mindset, you talking about order? There can't be no order amongst people with a perverse mindset. It can't be no order. Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
Verse 20. They that are of a forward heart or abomination to the Lord, but such as are upright in their way,
but such as are upright in their way are his delight, are accepted. So if you're upright, the word for upright is temime. It means whole and complete. If you're whole and complete, is the only way for God to accept us. We have to be whole and complete with God. Now God can accept us. But if we're not whole and complete, and we're halfway, we're not accepted. So that should tell us right there. God will only accept us if we are wholly and complete with his laws.
I accept all his laws.
We have to accept everything in this book and fulfill everything that we are able to fulfill here.
Then God will accept us.
Now God can accept you. Why we want God to accept us, but we are not fulfilling everything that we know to be lawful and right by God.
Accept God.
Do you really think that God is going to accept us this way? No.
Switch.
Tom Sheep.
Though hand join in hand.
Though hand join in hand.
The wicked shall not be unpunished.
The wicked shall not be unpunished. Wait a minute. The wicked shall not be unpunished. The Hebrew word for unpunished is nakwa. You know what it means? He said, though hand join in hand, the wicked shall not be innocent, shall not be pure, shall not be free from guilt. Okay? Free from guilt is when a person don't feel bad for their wrongdoing. And when you don't feel bad about what you did to someone, then God look at you and say you're wicked. So you're supposed to everything. Now we have to backtrack and be truthful with ourselves of the things that we have done to each other that wasn't right, that was unjust. And ask yourself if you feel bad about what you did.
A lot of backtracking.
Do you feel justified?
Do you feel justified? Yeah. Have you made amends? Have you made correction of the things that you have done?
That's right.
This is a lifetime job, man. We got a hell of a job ahead of us that we need to do to get accepted by God.
That's right.
Tom Sheep.
But the seed of the righteous shall be delivered.
The seed of the righteous shall be delivered, shall escape. In the Hebrew it says escape. What are they escaping? There is something that they are. What is they escaping from? It's a devious punishment.
The sacrifice that
God has.
It's a sacrifice He's going to have. It's going to be a whole party.
Tom Sheep.
Proverbs chapter 11, verse 22. As a jewel of gold in the swine's snout.
As a jewel of gold in the swine's snout.
So is a fair woman.
So is a beautiful woman.
Which is without discretion.
That has no discretion.
Makes her ugly.
Okay? A beautiful woman, but she don't have no discretion. I don't care how beautiful you are. You ain't got no discretion. You're ugly.
She loud.
You're ugly. You're loud, boisterous. You act. Tom Sheep.
The desire of the righteous is only good.
The desire of the righteous. Now you can depict and tell and see if you are righteous or not. The desire of the righteous is only good. So if I have desires and it's not good, that tells you you're not righteous. You are still wicked, and you have a long way to go with yourself.
That's tough.
You have a long way to go with yourself.
Still coming in your head.
Okay? because your desire is not a godly desire.
Right.
Your desire and your wish is things contrary from what God said. You are not righteous. You're not righteous. You got work to do with yourself. Tom Sheik.
But the expectation of the wicked is wrath.
Go ahead.
Verse 24.
Verse 24.
There is that scattereth and yet increaseth.
There is that scattering. You know what I mean by scatter? He's always willing to disperse and give out. And just by him ain't always ready to give out and give and give and give. As much as he gives, as much as the increase starts to multiply. You ain't gonna never want. Because I keep giving. I don't hoard and keep for myself.
Exactly, man. Goodness gracious.
How do you feel?
Brothers in need.
How do you feel when your brother is in need and he come to you and asks you and all you say is, I don't have it? Do you know what happens? Because I've been in that place where you know the person have it and you really need it. And I'm like, yeah, let me go ask this brother. And I ask on your brother, I need this, blah, 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 blah. And he tell you don't need it. You know what happens? Your heart drops. Your heart drops because now I gotta bust my brain and figure out how am I gonna get it? Where am I gonna get it from? Who can I go to?
Worry and grief center.
Yeah, man.
Stress.
Yeah.
When you don't think about that, man, something's wrong with
Something
you.
wrong. Yeah.
I have grown
Yeah.
to have that mindset, and that's my mentality now. That I can't. If I have it, you got it, man. If I got it, you got it. I'm not gonna tell you no if I ain't got it, because I don't need that guilt. I don't need that on my head. I don't need that on my head, man. Tom Sheik.
And there is that withholdeth more than is meet, but it tended to poverty.
He said there is
That withholdeth
that
more.
withhold it, that hold back more than is meet, but it tended to poverty. You're gonna end up in need. You're gonna end up in need. One or the other, one day or another, you're gonna end up in need. You're gonna lose it, Tom Sheik.
The liberal soul shall be made
The
fat.
liberal soul shall be prosperous. A liberal soul is one that gives. Tom Sheik.
And he that watereth shall be watered also
You
himself.
water it, somebody you're gonna receive water. Tom Sheik.
He that withholdeth corn, the people shall curse him.
He that hold back food, the dude is hungry and you're holding back. Somebody gonna curse you, man.
Right.
The dude is hungry, give him something to eat.
That's right.
Give him something to eat. God even said to feed the wicked. Wicked people, he said, feed them. He said, I will heap hot coals upon his head. He said, but don't straighten the hands of the wicked.
That's right.
That's right.
But blessing shall be upon the head of him that selleth it.
Uh-huh.
He that diligently seeketh good.
Blessing shall be upon the head of him that sells it. Go ahead. That's how you get your blessings. He that what?
He that diligently seeketh good, procureth favor.
He that diligently seeketh good, procureth favor. When you diligently seek good, to procure is bakwash. It means to seek favor. Right? Go ahead. But he that seeketh mischief, it shall come unto him. Tom Sheik.
He that trusted in his riches shall fall. But the righteous shall flourish as a branch. He that troubleth his own house shall inherit the wind. And the fool shall be servant to the wise of heart.
He that troubleth his own house. He that disturbs his own house. To having disorder. I never knew where a man that had his own house, he could disturb his own house. You ain't know that? You want to talk about you want to be a tyrant. This is my house. You can't be like that.
That's right.
You're disturbing your own house. You're troubling you have the household in disorder.
That's right.
No, there's a way to even be in your own house. There's a way that you should be in your own house. Not because it's your house, it means that you need to be acting
all
all crazy and be a lion
Right.
and be all crazy. You ain't gotta be that way.
Calm down, brother.
Time sheet.
And the fools shall be servant to the wise of heart.
Time sheet.
The fruit of the righteous.
The fruit of the righteous.
The tree of
It
life.
ain't talking about an apple neither. It's talking about the effects of consequences of your own actions. He said the fruit of the righteous, the effects of consequences of your own actions.
Is a tree of life.
Is a tree of life.
And he that winneth souls is wise.
And he that winneth souls is wise. In the Hebrew it says loqueak. It means he that conquers his spirit. He that conquers his spirit is wise. When you are able to rule your spirit, you're a wise man.
Okay.
Now you're
That's
a
what
wise
makes you
man.
wise.
Okay.
Because you're able to rule your spirit.
Okay.
So let's go.
Said you better than the man.
Let's go to
Who is spirit?
Psalms.
Better than the man that
Psalms
really
chapter 94.
Right.
Psalms chapter 94.
Psalms chapter 94.
You got it?
Psalms chapter 94.
O
O Lord God, to whom vengeance belongeth.
Lord God, to whom vengeance belongeth. Read.
O God, to whom vengeance belongeth. Show thyself.
If it didn't mean nothing, then God wouldn't have stopped King David. Why am I saying this? Because King David was going to take vengeance against Nabal. Okay? He was sending because he said he returned him evil. King David sent 200 men to speak to Nabal to get food. He returned them and he railed on them. Right? When the people came back, King David was going to move on Nabal and his whole house. But because King David has gained the attention of God, God has sent Abigail to stop King David from moving on Nabal and the people. And his people. So if it didn't mean nothing, then God wouldn't have stopped him.
Okay.
Which means these things are held in high regards with God. We cannot take vengeance against each other.
Okay. Okay.
We cannot take vengeance against each other. I can
Leviticus.
take vengeance against the nations,
Okay.
against the heathens,
Okay.
against them,
Okay.
but not against each other.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Lift up thyself, thou judge of the earth.
Lift up yourself, thou judge of the earth.
Render a reward to the proud.
Render a reward to the proud. What do you mean by lift up yourself? It means to exalt yourself. And the only one that exalt themselves is God. We cannot exalt ourselves.
Okay.
Right? Go ahead. He said, render a reward to the proud.
Lord.
It means a proud heart. Right? A person that is proud look at you as a failure by ignoring your strengths and magnifying your weakness. Why do people do this? We bypass the good that a person does. We bypass and we look over when a person is trying to do and fulfill laws that everybody's not doing.
That's right.
And all we want to do is point out their faults. Shoot the person down.
Talk about it.
Why can't I talk about the good things that a person is doing to give
That's
that person a boost by
That's
not
right.
belittling them and
That's
casting them down? We need to strengthen each other more
That's
so.
right.
With words.
That's right.
Strengthen each other with words
That's
and
right.
give us a boost. Yo, that what you're
That's
doing
right.
this. You man, you good, man. That's right.
That's right.
Keep doing what you're
That's
doing,
right.
man.
Words of encouragement.
You would draw
That's
God's
right. That's
attention
right.
towards
Words of
you for
upliftment. That's
doing
right.
this.
Words of
Not
upliftment.
saying,
That's
bro,
right.
he gonna stop. I don't know why he's doing this.
That's
Because
it
if
again,
he's doing
bro.
this and he's doing this and he gonna stop soon, I don't know why he's doing this.
That's the
What are you
wickedness
talking
in
about?
you.
What are you talking about, man?
That's the wicked in you.
You ain't doing it.
You ain't doing
That
it.
means you ain't never gonna do it.
You ain't gonna never do it. Say it again, Mick.
That means you ain't never.
You ain't gonna never get there.
Time sheet.
How long shall the
So,
wicked?
okay, hold up.
You ain't gonna
He
never
said to establish his or herself as superior. Now, pride. put you down. People with pride, or people that's pride or has pride in them, they put you down.
That's right.
Put you down, step on you, and keep
That's
you
how they
down,
feel good.
and they uplift themselves.
That's how they feel good. That's right.
They uplift themselves.
That's right.
It's a deadly mixture of discontent. You know what discontent means? You're not satisfied with nothing. There's nothing that goes on in your life that you're satisfied with.
Right.
So you're filled with discontent.
Right.
You're filled with anger and pride,
right.
and it shows with your dealings with people.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
Okay? And greed, which leaves you unsatisfied and angry at every inconvenience and affliction. You ever saw people like man, what are you angry about? What you angry about? What are you tired about? He's angry, ain't nothing happened. Tom C. What verse we at?
Verse 3.
Uh-huh.
Lord, how long shall the wicked triumph?
Lord, how long shall what? How long shall the wicked? How long shall the wicked triumph? The word for triumph is Ya'al Zu. Ya'al Zu. It means to happy. The root word is alat. Ayin lamed zayin. Happy or rejoice. How long shall the wicked be happy? How long shall the wicked rejoice? Tom Sheep.
How long shall they utter and speak hard things?
How long shall they utter and speak hard things? The word hard is atak. It means arrogance. Huh? It means arrogance. And when arrogance is when a person is unpleasantly proud and behaving as if you are more important than or know more than others. Okay? Arrogance is when you don't consider each other. Tom Sheep.
And the workers of iniquity boast themselves.
Okay. The workers of iniquity boast themselves. Read.
They break in pieces thy people, O Lord. And
they break in pieces. What verse is that? Oh, 5.
Verse 5.
They break in pieces thy people, O Lord, and afflict thine heritage. So now the Hebrew word for break, right? It's dakah, right? The Hebrew word is dakah. It means to oppress. It means to keep someone in subservience. To keep a person under subservience, which means you keep the person under you, right? By unjust exercise of authority. Okay? Subservient person is always willing to obey.
Okay.
And we happen to take advantage of those things. We take advantage of that.
They break in pieces thy people, O Lord, and afflict thine heritage. They slay the widow and the
stranger.
And murder the fatherless.
And murder the fatherless. Everything that God said to love, we hate and we do wrong. We oppress the widow. We oppress the stranger. We oppress the fatherless. Nothing that God loved. Everything that God loved and considered, we didn't love.
That's right.
We turned against him. Tom Sheep.
Yet they say, the Lord shall not see, neither shall the God of Jacob.
He said, yet they say, the Lord shall not see, neither shall the God of Jacob regard it. Go ahead.
Understand ye brutish among the people, and ye fools.
He said, understand ye brutish. So what does it mean to be brutish? The Hebrew word for brutish is ba'al. Ba'al means an ignorant or boor man. Okay? Boor means what? A rude or insensitive person. I said a rude or insensitive person. Okay? What is rude? And what does it mean to be insensitive? A rude person is offensive. I said a rude person do things and he's offensive while he do it or he says it. A rude person is impolite or ill-mannered. Okay? There are certain things that we can do that will cause us to be ill-mannered.
Okay.
Now, what is insensitive? Insensitive is a person that shows no concern for other people's feelings. You don't show no concern for other people's
Really
feelings,
don't care.
which means it's not all about you.
Okay.
It's not all about you,
Okay.
which means we must consider others.
That's right.
We must consider others, Kamshi.
Understand ye brutish among the people, and ye fools. When will ye be wise?
When will ye be wise? Read.
He that planted the ear, shall he not hear?
Shall he not hear?
He that formed the
He that formed the
shall he
eyes,
not
you don't
see?
think God see?
He that chastises
He that chastises
shall
the
he not
heathen
correct?
shall not he correct? Wait a minute. The Hebrew word for correct is shokiach, right? It means to correct, to chastise, to reprimand. But we got to be able to know when is it the correction of God? Are you able to discern and understand that, wow, this has happened to me, personally to me, because this is definitely the correction of God. We must look at every correction as if it's the correction of God.
That's right. That's right. Everything.
Nothing happened for nothing, man.
That's right.
Everything happened because of our shortcomings with God.
That's right.
So when things happen in our lives, we have to look in the mirror and correct ourselves. We have to rewind the tapes. We got to backtrack.
Yeah, if you allowed it to
What
go
did I
down,
do that caused this to happen to me?
make a lot of
I have done something in my past that caused this to happen to me. So therefore, now it's called for self-re-evaluation. Reevaluate yourself. Okay? Tom sheet.
Psalms chapter 94, verse 10. He that chastiseth the heathen, shall not he correct? He that teacheth man knowledge, shall not he know?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
The Lord knoweth the thoughts of man.
The Lord knoweth. Watch your back. The Lord knoweth the thoughts of man. I said the Lord knows the thoughts of man. That what? That they are vain. Huh? Don't tell me you ain't vain. God said you're vain.
That's right.
I said God knows the thoughts of man that they are vain.
That's right.
It's vain. We all vain, man.
That's right.
Go ahead.
Blessed is the man whom thou chastenest.
Blessed is the man whom thou chastenest. So when God corrects us, it's a blessing.
That's a good thing.
When God allows certain things to happen to me, or happen to you, or happen to us, it's because he wants us to acknowledge our ways. Take heed to yourselves.
That's right.
And pinpoint where this is coming from. How this happened, why this happened, because you came up short somewhere. Somewhere in your life, you did something that was against what God said. And this is why this happened to me.
That's right. That's right.
And with that, I hope everybody has gotten what was brought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom and God.
Do we have any questions? Any questions? If you don't have any questions, then I'm going to shut this down. And we will continue this next week, 11 o'clock. People, share, like, and subscribe. Share, like, and subscribe. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom and
Shalom with God.
Shalom with God.
Question?